heart will always be mine. Good evening. Good evening. Let me clean up this mess just a little bit. I just got done with the show 2 minutes ago, so it's a little messy here, but we'll be good. We'll be good. Hello, hello, hello. How's everybody doing this evening? I'll give it just a few minutes, let people join. This is a seller help show. We're not trying to sell you anything. We dedicate every Wednesday night to helping sellers, whether you're new or you are an OG. You know what I'm saying? Like lots of changes, lots of different things taking effect. And so we dedicate Wednesday nights to helping folks. Let me get up a couple things going here real quick. Um, we'll add some giveaways for you guys. My chat is always, just so everybody knows, and I'll read this to you guys real quick. Let's see, notes. Notes are posted. Okay. Let's see. Give me 1 second. We are going to up this real quick. Okay, notes are posted. $350. Realize this, new sellers, there's $150. Some changes have taken effect where now, as long as you do that within the first week, they will match it. $150 for doing your first show if you'll go through one of our referrals. Okay. Also, under my show notes, you can see that we do post this to YouTube. Okay. Every show that I do is posted to YouTube these days. I tell people to always do their homework, have all the correct tools in your toolbox in order to do a show. We can talk about all those tools this evening as well. Set goals, set a business plan, have good merchandise with good pricing. Bring positivity, bring a positive atmosphere to your shows. Let me read this and we'll go through and we will open it up to open chat. All items in my store are actually items that I utilize in every show. Okay. And so my Buy It Now is set up as an encyclopedia of information for you guys. Again, I don't lose money. So if you buy something from me, I mark it up at about 11% to cover my cost. Okay. I do have the lenses in that will come directly from me to you. And so a tool that I'm always using right here. But again, I'm very upfront, very forward with this. My Buy It Now is an encyclopedia of information. Use that information, okay? Whether you buy it from me or whatever, it's there. It's a knowledge base for you. Um, they serve as a reference guide and tools to new sellers. I don't care whether you buy it from me or what. Again, I prefer you to do that, but it's an encyclopedia of information. I am not an employee of Whatnot, okay? And everything that I state in this show is my personal thoughts and opinion. I will tell you like it is. I don't sugarcoat nothing. I just say it like it is. So if you ask me to look at your profile, I'm going to give you my honest opinion. You don't like it, throw it out the window. Okay. You don't like what I have to say. It is what it is. It's just my personal thought and opinion. If I ever say the word we, I'm referring to myself or my mods or maybe even the chat. Pretty much, I'm not saying when I say the word we, whatnot. Okay. This broadcast is sole property of Whatnot and or Disabled Vet for the private use of this audience. Any other use of this broadcast or any pictures, descriptions, or accounts of this broadcast without my written consent is a no-go, okay? And is prohibited. I reserve all rights. So if you take a clip of this and you don't get my permission, you put it on Reddit or Facebook or anything like that, I will pull it down and I will refer back to this statement and these notes, okay? In stating that, here we go. You know what I'm saying? Again, every Wednesday night we're here, we're listening, we're going through things, we're looking at profiles, we're looking at information. We could go through and show you how I do setups and random pulls. We could talk about shipping. You know what I'm saying? I am a community host on the platform. There's about like 33, 34 of us now that are part of the community host program. And so we're always giving great ideas, feedback to whatnot. And so if you ever have an idea or something you'd like to see or something even change, let us know. Send me a DM and I'll send that up the spreadsheet. Send that up to the people above us. Again, anything that I utilize, you have questions about it, you want to see it, just let me know. A few little things, little scale is always great if you're weighing silver. Having an eye in case you want to read names on things. Okay. I prefer to have this one right here, has a little light on it, also has a blue light on it. Okay. Um, have you a black light? Again, if you're a jewelry seller, see if it glows, or glass seller. And this lens, I always have this lens on. Okay. Those are just a few of the items that I utilize in my shows all the time, as well as a ruler, bracelet sizer, okay, a ring sizer, grabbing a few things here, okay, all a few tools that I'm always using, maybe a bust, okay. I also have gold testing kits, has all the solution and the neutralizer. If you get those, buy the neutralizer, that way you don't burn yourself, okay. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Looks like we've got about 31 people in here. That's great. We have just, Jag, how are you doing? We've been on the platform a little bit about me, and I go over this every week. Is we've been on the platform a little over a year now, and we just reached 25,000 followers organically. Okay. I've only done about 4 raid trains. I don't go in and ever pay anybody else to give me a call out. I don't tell you guys to do that either. If you're going to spend the money on yourself. Okay, much rather you promote your own self. Um, Amazing accomplishment. We did over $350,000 our first year, and we're well on to doing $1 million in sales this year. And been an amazing journey. I get a lot of questions. Can I do it? You absolutely can. As long as you do your homework, you buy things at a good price, offer quality items at a reasonable price. Okay. And you do all your shipping super fast. Again, you got to think about your competitors. A lot of people are expecting things really quick these days. So, be on top of your shipping. I tell new sellers, if you're going to do a 2-hour show, give 2 hours of shipping. Okay. Match it, especially in the beginning. 2-hour show, 2 hours shipping. Covers your butt. Thank you so much for the raid. Give me 1 second. Thomas. This is Thomas. Again, this is a help show. So if you're looking to buy stuff, unless you're a new seller or something, check out my bin, but I'm not offering any options right now. We just ended the show. This is Thomas Family Treasures. Melody and Ethan Thomas. They've sold almost 40,000 items. They have about 10,000 followers. They do $1 starts. Vintage jewelry. Thank you, thank you, thank you guys. Amazing. I appreciate that raid. Did I miss anybody? I hope I didn't miss anybody. The chat is open. Absolutely. Thank you, Cream. 25,000 followers today. It has been a lot of fun. And we are growing at an organic pace that I absolutely love. And so we have some of the best customers in the world. It's a lot of fun. And I thank you for all your support and hanging out with us. I know I look like an old hippie today. I do not charge, Pam. I do not charge to ever look at anybody's profiles. That is not what this is about. Also, Pam, I'll take a look if you want me to. New sellers, the most complicated thing for most of you guys. Let me unplug that real quick. The most complicated thing for most of you sellers is the shipping profiles. I've set it up for you. Best $4 you will ever spend. It's in my store. We'll tag it for you guys. We'll get a giveaway going for you guys as well here. Again, once these, don't ever feel obligated. I'm just telling you, this is, I'll run this as a flash sale even here. Well, I'm doing this in the background here. Should be showing 74 cents when I run this. Okay. There you go. The best shipping guide on the platform. Okay. Goes through. Need to create several of these. Okay. Not just one. Set up you some profiles. A lot of you will watch and listen to other sellers teaching, selling things. This is how they normally sell it because they're shipping over a pound. A lot of us jewelry sellers and coin sellers and people shipping under a pound, this is what ours looks like. So shipping is not a one size fits all. So I've set it up how I do it and a lot of how they do it. Okay. Also, how to do that first class mail, that 74 cent shipping right here, as well as 1 to 5 pounds and over 5 pounds, some shipping techniques, okay, best practices. Here's my codes for that $150. Again, they've changed this where you now have an entire week to sell $250 worth of stuff. Okay. Should be really easy for you to do. Love that change. Okay. Also, if you will send your friends, family, your referral code, they get $15. You get $5. They come and buy stuff from you. Like you get the $20 if they spend their $15 with you and they get free stuff from you. All of our amazing hosts are my mods, excuse me. Saw Miss Jane today. She had over 80 something people in her room. Our two sponsors this week or this printout are these folks here. We will have 2 spots available for the next 250 prints. I don't know how many of these we have left for this print. I think it's maybe 40. Um, Again, the best shipping guide on the platform right here. Lots of information. It's not a one page stick it on your door thing, right? So grab that while you can. Um, Now, I see it. I see it. Again, the chat is open. I do not, once a month, we do have a topic that we are required to cover. Tonight is open chat, so we can talk about anything. We can look at anything. If you have any questions, concerns, let me know. The more active you are, the better things are. If everybody doesn't say anything, doesn't ask anything, like, right? So I'm normally on for hours. Lily, you just want my pamphlet? Are you kidding? That's all you want? Yeah. So if you want a giveaway, let me write your name on it. Do you remember what number it was? What giveaway did you win? Listen, I'll just put one in there. I'll just put one in there. So in this giving, right, add pamphlet. Lily, I don't know what giving number it was. Pamphlet. Okay, I'll figure out. And she'll probably go in there and start working on shipping right now. Yep. I gotta get all the pet food out. And she'll probably add some other stuff in there too. Okay. I got you something, but they were slow and I didn't get back in time before you started. That's fine. Okay, I will make sure that goes in there. Okay, Emily will figure it out, and we'll add some other stuff in there too. That's not how that rolls. Okay. We like to give you other stuff as well. Okay. Congratulations with your giveaway. I try to run those giveaways really fast. Okay, love you. Love you too. You're right. I try to run those giveaways really fast, and so I don't ever have time. Sometimes I don't have time to show them all the time, but I want people to get that free shipping because I'm paying for the shipping with that giveaway from me to you, and so I'll run them really fast. But you'll get some amazing stuff. So don't ever think that, oh, you didn't show it, I'm not going to get anything. I promise you're going to get something great, folks. I have not had dinner this evening either. I ran a 4 or 5 hour show, so I might be nibbling on stuff here. Why do big sellers get away with being late on shipping? They don't. Oh, really? Amber, I've got you. Put it right here. I'm going to show it to her in a minute. I'm on. Yeah, we're good. What's that? Yeah, we put that in the fridge. So they don't get away with it. This is the thing. Bozo, this is the thing. Is that affects them negatively. Okay. But the issue is this is that when you're running numbers, it really, if you did 1,000 cells and you had one late shipment versus somebody that only did 10 cells and has one, right? It averages differently. right? It's not that they necessarily get away with it, and there's some people that don't care. Like there's some big sellers that are like, listen, I don't care about your 0.8% savings. I'd rather be able to get things out in 2 days. But it does impact everybody exactly the same. Just some folks run a lot more stuff, and so the averages are different for them. Again, I might be nibbling on stuff because I have not ate dinner yet. So, but there nobody has special privileges. Nobody has, right. Every now and then I wonder about a couple folks because I'm like, how do you get away with talking about that kind of stuff? But anyway, Uncle Pickles, how are you? Absolutely. Again, if I forget to say this, I want to say this real quick. It is Memorial Day weekend coming up. Everybody be safe, be responsible, don't drink and drive. Going to be a lot of activity across the country. It's very warm outside. See, lots of people traveling. Just be smart and always, always call an Uber, have a friend, have just don't drink and drive, folks. Okay. It's not worth it. It's not worth endangering somebody else's life or somebody else's family. So about the lens, yeah. First of all, every lens is brand new. Okay. Let me get my other phone out here. Boy, I need a haircut too, boy. Don't I? I'm looking like an old hippie around here. So, so the lens is a magnification tool. Okay. And what happens uh, is our phones are so smart these days, right? Most of us have two or at least three lenses on our phone. Listen, shipping, once you get it down, shipping's so easy. You just have to really understand it, do your homework. These lenses, every show I do except for my seller help show, what happens is our phones, the technology these days is so stinking smart. So there's a reason for each one of these cameras or these lenses on our phone. And they're trying to adjust, they're trying to focus, right? Well, what happens is when you put this on here, a lot of you are holding stuff up because you're getting blurriness and you know what I'm saying? And I'll show you an example. This does not require any batteries. It is a magnification tool. Okay. This is a 45.45 times and it's one eye. So what you're doing is you're taking this, you're putting, you're kind of adjusting it over those three lenses. See how those three are in there? And you're forcing all three of those to look through one eye. Okay. And what happens is when you do that, you don't have all the blurriness. You don't see all the craziness. And you're able to open and close. Let me charge my phone here. This is my extra here. I'll show you in just a minute. Hey babe, will you bring me, did you get that tablet set up? No worries. So what I'm doing is I'm going to flip it over and I'm going to put this on. Okay. See how I just did that? And now I don't have any of the blurriness. And all I'm doing is opening and closing. Okay. All I'm doing is squeezing and opening. And this is available on any Android or iPhone. But if you'll notice, I don't have any blurriness in the background. I'm forcing all three of those eyes to look through one lens. See how it's trying to focus in the background? See all that blurriness? And it's because I took it off. Okay. Those eyes are so stinking smart. And that's why you have all that blurriness and craziness. Okay. You put that lens on and the issue goes away. Okay. That's what that is. Super easy, no batteries. If you're selling jewelry, selling coins, that's the best device. It's in my store. Again, it's the cheapest you're going to find it without waiting 3 weeks. I think they're like $45 on eBay right now. $39.99, $45. Um, there's one other place you can get them, but you'll wait about 3 weeks to get it. Is it not in my store? Hold on. Let me go look here. See if it's in my store. We might have sold out of them in my store. Hold on. Let me add it to inventory real quick. Do what? Add it to my inventory. Give me 1 second. Sold like 45 of them last week or something. It was crazy. I also added my stand in there. Somebody was asking about my stand. Add to show. There you go. Okay, added all those. Let me make sure it's not in active inventory because we sold so stinking many of them. Should be showing up here in just a second, okay? I'm hoping. There it is. Yeah, it's called the Apexel. It'll show up in just a second. Yes, yes, yes. Yeah, everything within one show. Now this won't it won't bundle with the last show. If you bought something at a Joy show, it won't bundle here. Every show is like a new start. It's coming up. Give me 1 second. Okay. Flat rate and priority boxes. Okay, absolutely. Two different boxes, first of all. USPS.com. Okay. Go on there if you're a new seller, create your account with USPS.com, first of all. And then I want you to do sign up for informed shipping, informed delivery. In doing so, you will get an email every day of all your outgoing and all your incoming mail. Okay. It's called informed delivery. Then I want you to go over to shipping supplies and I want you to order. They have this like starter packet. I want you to order the starter packet. It's free. Okay. Priority mail. Hey, get out of there. Get out of there. Let me grab you a couple boxes and I'll show you. All right. So priority mail and flat rate differentiate by this. Okay. I wish they would change their boxes because people get so confused. Okay. On a priority mail, all it will say is priority mail. And you can take this box and you can manipulate it in any way, shape, or form you want to. Because priority mail boxes are the shipping is based on the weight and dimensions of that priority mail box. Again, you can order as many as these once and you can add them, you can cut them, and you can create a priority mail box. Okay. It is based on weight and dimensions. Okay. Just make sure it does not say flat rate anywhere on this box. Okay. That's a priority mail. Weight and dimensions. Box looks really similar. So you have to really look. Okay. On one side, it only says priority mail. The other side says large flat rate box. This is anything you can fit in this box. Anything up to 70 pounds. Okay. Look for flat rate. They look very, very identical. Okay. One says priority and one stars flat rate. Again, these come in small, medium, and large. These are based on whatever you can fit in this baby. Doesn't matter the dimensions, doesn't matter the weight, because 70 pounds, you're not going to get anything 70 pounds in this box. But okay, very, very important. You look for that large flat rate. Why they don't make these a different color? I think they do it on purpose to confuse the crap out of people. Okay, anything you can fit, weight and dimensions. You cannot manipulate this box. Cannot manipulate. Can't add another box. You can't wrap this sucker in brown paper. Okay, that's your differences. Hope that helped. But get on USPS.com, inform delivery, order you as many boxes, play around with it, see which one fits your needs. No, I sure will. I sure will. Did that buy now show up in there? Here, I'll pin it real quick. There's the lens. There's the lens. If I can tell you anything to buy, it's this right here. And once my phone charges, I'll show you kind of how. Oh, great, worked. Again, I don't care where you buy it. I don't care how you get it. Buy it from me, great. If not, just get you one. Okay. So again, all you do, okay, and then when you get it, okay, that's all I'm doing is pinching and squeezing. Okay. Will help you out so much. Okay. And I think I made it where the shipping's super cheap, didn't I? I think I made it where the shipping's super cheap for y'all. Again, I am so sorry. I'm eating, you guys. I haven't ate anything. So that's all you're doing. Pam. All right, Pam. I bought some stuff from old Pam here. Right, Pam? Pam has amazing stuff. I will tell you that her shipping was great. Her items were great. Her packaging was great. Her shipping time was great. Okay. Pam had no idea. um, so, Pam, this is what I'm going to tell you. Listen to me. You're a jewelry seller. You got great items. Okay. As a new seller, be careful going down some of that new jewelry stuff. Okay. Mix it in if you want to, but I wouldn't do a whole show of just new jewelry. I think it kind of hurts you a little bit. If in thinking, okay, try to just mix it in if you want to do some new with older. I think a mix show is better than dedicating to like an all new type jewelry. Your Betsy pieces were great. I actually bought some of it, made money off of it. I haven't lost money on anything I bought from you, so that's a great thing, um, for me anyway. Um, I would tell you that you need to brand yourself. Okay, beautiful picture. I love your doggy, but I want you to think about how do you brand yourself. Okay, people will forget your personal image, but if you will brand yourself, people will remember you. Okay, and think of it like this: how many? Let me turn this music down. How many big companies do you know put their self image on their billboard? Not many, and I use this every week. When you drive by McDonald's, you know it's McDonald's without the words because you see the big yellow M. When you drive by KFC, you see Colonel Sanders. When every company has a brand and you're trying to brand yourself. So I think it's important that you go down and try to create something unique, different that makes you stand out from everybody else. Okay. I'm going to look at your profile now. I'm going to tell you that I'm going to flip you around here too in a second. Thought she brought me an iPad. Pam, I would get rid of your first and last name on your profile. I'll flip you around. Again, Pam's asked me to look at her profile here, and it will give me a minute to eat too without you guys watching me. So right up here, I would come in here, and if you'll look at mine when you click on mine, okay, let's put on my eye. See how blurry it gets? Now watch when I put my eye on. I don't have the issue. I would come in here and I would keep everything to the left of clips, and I would just come straight down. Okay. Get on your phone and edit. Get on your phone and edit your profile. Okay. Add you some colorful emojis. I want you to get rid of all the junk, all the crap, short, simple, and layer the cake. Meaning keep everything to the left hand side of that word clips. Okay. Get rid of your last name up here. If you have a nickname, put your nickname or just put Pamela. Okay. Every show has the exact same image. I need for you to change up some of these images. Okay. If you want to leave you and your doggy, that's great. Now, if I recall, you have a friend that helps you every now and then. I don't know if that's your husband or your significant other or what, but love your picture, but this becomes almost monotonous. Okay. Come in here and add some color, change up some of these profile pictures. Again, you're not a big seller yet. Very important. The title of your show. I can start a show because I've been on for a minute and my regulars will always pop in. So I have 30, 40 people every show, 50 people, 60 people, whatever, right? For you, it is important that you are adding information here, not just broach show. Because what happens is when people come up here and they do a search and all you have is the word broach show, they don't find your show. So detailed information, antique, costume, colorful, rhinestone, jewelry, brooch show. You know what I'm saying? Do you hear all the keywords I just hit there? You'll be a lot more findable if you do that. Okay. Again, a lot of you new sellers think, oh, this is what everybody else's does. Well, listen, they've been on for a minute. You're still trying to find and capture that customer base. It is important that these titles be informative and have lots of information in them. Okay. What kind of bird is that? Oh, it's my cardinal. Your shop. You've created quality listings here. Um, and so I don't want to see this in your shop. I want to see the actual merchandise. So these quality listings you've created, I much rather you create temporary listings or hide these. Okay. Because what happens is I come in here and I see all this, I don't scroll down. So just add these as quality listings. All the other items should be temporary listings or hidden. Malachite necklace. Again, keywords missing. If I go right on Google right now and I type in malachite necklace, I will never find your necklace. Again, after about 3 weeks of this sitting in your store, it becomes findable under other search engines. Okay. Natural stone, jewelry, all the verbiage you need in here needs to be there. Not just malachite necklace. Way too short, makes it too, it'll just never be found on other search engines. I don't care what your description says, but your title matters. Okay. Work on your pictures a little bit. Okay. Work on your pictures a little bit. Be creative there. Roll it up in a circle. Put it on a mannequin. chat GBT it, whatever you got to do. But this picture, I want it to be a better picture. Brooch picture's fine. Again, clean it up, get rid of the shadowing. Okay. Sign Napier wreath brooch. What word are you missing here? You're missing the word jewelry. You're missing the word costume jewelry. Big, big, big keywords. You guys might get to see my cardinal here. Oh, he keeps running off. Okay. So change up the monotony. Think of how you're going to brand yourself. Reviews are great. Under 1 day shipping. How you doing on shipping? Have you figured that out? Yeah. Okay. Change those things and come back to me, okay? Change those things and come back to me. Again, put in the word jewelry. Okay. But it, these should these can be set in inactive under inventory, and that's what I would do. Okay. But what happens, why you've created these is because you made them quality listings. Okay. Does that make sense? Absolutely. Absolutely. Change a few of those things, come back and ask me again. I don't want to put too much on your plate as of right now. I've hit some basics, figure those things out, come back and holler at me. Again, chat GPT. I love real pictures versus everything being chat GPT. Okay. So, you know, but you can alter it back and forth just like I do. You know what I'm saying? Um, but again, after about 3 weeks, those items in your shop become findable on all the other search engines. And so if you've just made it simple in 2 or 3 words, nobody will ever find it. It'll be on page 2000 and nobody will ever get there. Okay. So the more information, the better. I hope that helps in some way, shape, or form. Okay. Yeah. Come back to me. What's your significant other's name? I forget his name. You guys got to tell me when I get something in my beard now. She has amazing jewelry shows. I've bought a lot from her. She does a great job. She has a great variation of things. Again, when I say that to you, Pam, again, when we sell things, I think it's important to have expensive things. And I also believe it's good to have affordable things and mix it in. If your show, a customer comes in and thinks it's all new stuff, they'll leave. But if you have things maybe they're interested in, they'll stick around and maybe buy some of that new stuff. So mix that stuff together. Don't do too much of just one anything, if that makes sense. You know, I see a lot of the cameos, and I forget your exact show, but I'm saying this to everybody. If you're buying some of those newer brooches, the cameo brooches or whatever, right? And I come into your show and that's all you have, more than likely I'm leaving. Okay. Now, if I buy something really nice and then one of those newer pieces come along and it's really pretty and it's affordable, I might buy it. So have a market for everybody. Don't have just expensive things. Have things that are affordable to just right. Not all of us can walk in and drop $600-700 on a Victorian brooch. So or Chanel or Gucci or Prada, right? I will tell you most of my Profit margins come with those cheaper items or those mid items, is what I should say. Those $5, $10 items. That's where I make most of my money. Not on the big expensive pieces. It's on that mid section. Welcome in, welcome in. If you're just coming again, my name is Brock. Do these every Wednesday night, 7 o'clock Central Standard Time. It's open chat this evening. We can go over anything, ask any question you want in the chat. We can look at your profile. We don't charge anything. Ask me what I use, what I do, how I do, when, what, when, where, why. You know what I'm saying? That's what this is all about. It's nice to meet you, Jack. Um, Again, ever get want to know? My shop's always open. It's an encyclopedia of information. Lure them in. It's not a lure. Tell them, listen, again, new sellers, listen to me. Invite your friends, invite your family, invite your crew, your baseball team, your church members. Here's my code. You get free $15 for coming to the platform. Come hang out with me. I get $5 when your friend signs up, they get 15, you get 5. Then they come to your show and they spend the $15. Like, listen, if you could do that to 10 people, you've just made $150, with them spending stuff, plus another $50 for that referral code, right? I would hope they come spend that $15 with you, right? You get 10 people in your show that each one of them gets $15. They come in and buy from you, right? You've just made, uh, you know, I've cleaned up my profile. I've had trouble getting my shows started, keeping people. Suggestions. I love your dragon. I love your logo. Okay. I know exactly who you are. When you walk in the room, I can cover up your name. A lot of people struggle in the beginning because of how they're doing things. In the beginning, it's a little bit of a hurdle, right? Because you're new. Um, Quality items at quality prices. Okay. Having your shipping set up correctly. Very, very imperative. People will linger, they will hesitate if that shipping is too much. Okay. If I walk in your show and I only see 3 or 4 pieces and your shipping's $9 or whatever, I'm going to be hesitant to buy. Offer great deals. Okay. Doesn't necessarily have to be big, expensive items. Run items that you're willing to let go. Um, Start them at $2 or $3. Have you out a little buffet of $2 or $3 items you're willing to let go. Okay. That is what I would say. Get going, get that momentum going. Run, 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 run. A lot of people, this is their issue. They will buy something for $50. They'll jump on the platform and they think that, hey, listen, I can get the same prices as these huge sellers. I should get 75 or $100 for this brooch because I go over to eBay and I look at completed listings and that's what they're going for. So they will set on their inventory until they get that price. That is not how it works. Okay. Be willing to let things go, make a profit. You're going to lose 11% whatnot fees. Understand your fees. You're going to lose 8% plus 2.9% plus 30 cents per transaction. So what I say to new people is, listen, make 20 or 30% on your investment and keep rocking and rolling. Buy right. Okay. Again, a lot of people look at things and say, oh, this is what they're asking on eBay, or this is what it's sold on eBay. Listen, that might change tomorrow. It might change in a month. And this has happened to me where an item was $50 2 months ago and now it's $500 because the demand has changed. And so it's always evolving and changing. But I would say this: move inventory. Inventory sitting on the shelf does you no good. It's sitting there. I've taken a loss on lots of items that I've bought, but the other 500 items I sold, I made profit on. Okay. At the end of the day, I'm looking at the numbers going, listen, that's an awesome number. Okay. I don't worry about taking a loss on this item with the other 20 or 30 items make money. Okay. Inventory sitting on my shelf does me no good. Sometimes it's better to take the loss and invest in something else, cash flow. Okay. So make your 20%, 25% and move on. I will. Can I ask a question? I owned an estate sale company for 15 years. So I have several categories of items. Not sure if I should have separate accounts. So it's funny you asked that because I asked today, I see a lot of big sellers saying, just to start this off, I see a lot of sellers, big sellers, having to create separate accounts because they're running shows simultaneously, right? Like I cannot run this show and then have another show, Emily, my son, over in another room doing a card show. I would like for them to make it where we can run two or three shows at a time, all at this, using one account, running a card show and a jewelry show at 8 o'clock, same time. I would tell you no, do not separate your accounts. As an estate seller, cross categorying under one name can be very, very beneficial because, and you can ask Mr. Ford, came in through a necktie show and started buying jewelry from me. So what happens is when you go to Walmart, right? You don't want to have to walk next door to go to Walmart grocery, right? You don't want to have to walk down the street to go Walmart electronics. You want to come to one Walmart and be able to buy all your goods. Okay. So for you, what I would do for now, unless you get into where you're like, listen, I want to be running two shows at once, right now, just keep it all under one name. Okay. For so many reasons. I can go down a list and say, listen, one, I don't like confusion. I don't like brand. I feel like by creating different names, um you're kind of hurting yourself. Taxes, numbers, right? There's so many reasons why I tell people, listen, you want one store, one brand, right? And so for me, I would just one name. $3 starts is great. Do you know your price breakdown, what the return and ratio is on those things? Again, I tell new sellers don't do $1 starts, do at least $2 or $3 starts and be willing to let it go at that. Plants and vases would attract me too. There's no life in most of these sellers' settings. So yesterday, what I would do is I'd reach out to the seller, let them know that there's an issue, give them the chance to fix things. Okay, before you write whatnot, reach out to the seller, give them the benefit of the doubt. Stuff happens. Okay, don't hear back from them within a couple days. You need to make sure you're opening a case. Okay, there is a time limit. All packages up to $100 are covered in insurance automatically without buying any extra insurance. Okay. So if something arrives broken, let the seller know. They will then open a case with Shippo. Shippo then opens a case with USPS, but all packages under $100 are covered for damage, okay, and insurance reasons, just so you know. But reach out to that seller, give them a benefit of the doubt. You don't hear from them, write them again. Don't hear from them, open a case. I'm doing a loss almost every show. Nope, you're doing something wrong. You're doing something wrong. Okay, listen to me. Pen and paper, everybody. New sellers, get a pen and paper out. I'm gonna turn you around and take a bite of my burger. Pen and paper. So it's covered under insurance. If they returned it, it should be covered under insurance. Sorry, I have not eaten today. I'm sorry, I have not. I just did a show for 5 hours and I have not eaten today. You guys know that I'm okay. Pen and paper, listen to me. You're taking a loss in your show, you're doing something wrong. Okay. Make sure you have your shipping profile set up correctly. Okay. If you're spending money on promotions, consider only doing maybe one type of promotion versus both. Okay. There are 7 things that I have used and believe truly drive traffic to everybody's room. I didn't write the algorithm. I do not know that it is like factual, like I can't put money on it and say for sure. 7 things that I will tell you. 2 of them we can guarantee, which are the two paid promotion tools. One is for 15 minutes, and one you can turn on and do 1 hour up to the entire duration. And those are all based on how many other people have paid for those promotions. Again, some of those times you want to stay away from new sellers. Let me tell you right now, late shows, early morning shows. Okay. Late shows, and I'm talking like 9, 10, 11 o'clock at night. Early shows, I'm talking about 3, 4, 5, 6 o'clock in the morning. You're not competing with as many big sellers. You'll get 10 times more rates. Okay. 2 paid promotions. Listen, do not buy those. Okay. Do not buy those if it's not in your budget. New sellers, this can cost you a ton of money. Okay. If you're going to consider buying one of those promotions, do the 1 hour. Okay. Turn on, do it for 1 hour versus 15 minutes. That only makes sense. Okay. So we know those 2 things will actually drive traffic to your room. Again, do not use those when you're sitting there talking and shooting the BS, right? Like use those paid promotion tools when you are running. Okay. When you're fixing to run some good stuff, tur pay pay for that promotion, give it about 5 minutes and roll. Okay. You'll see the traffic coming in your room. 2 things. Okay. There's 2. Having over a 2 hour show, you will see traffic coming into your show after 2 hours more. Okay. Have people having a conversation in your room. Have people tapping the little hearts on your screen. Okay. There's 4, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Um, Tapping, conversation, selling things. Okay. Whatnot, I believe, knows when shows are selling things. I think that's why you have that little category. You guys go into it and it says momentum sellers. They know. Listen, and if you're selling stuff, they want people going to that store. They're making money because you're making money, right? They're making money, you're making money. So they're driving traffic to those rooms that are actually selling things. If you'll tap my little screen right now, you'll see little hearts. It is not proven, but if you'll go Google it, what does tapping the screen on Whatnot do? You'll see that it says the exact same thing. Again, there is a little section that says momentum. And I truly believe by creating conversation, by people bidding, people tapping. Those are all things that are creating those momentum aspects. Okay. Um, Becoming a premier seller. Again, you get some free advertising. If you can sell $50,000 in 3 months, again, it's reevaluated each month. You become a premier seller, you get the free advertising. I think that helps you out as well. How many have I covered there? Like 6 or 7. I'll think of another one here in a minute. But those are all things that drive traffic genuinely. Okay. Do not listen to me, you guys. Do not go into big sellers shows and sponsor or throw them $50 to get you a call out. It does you no good. Spend it on yourself. Okay. Spend it on yourself, promoting yourself. Okay. It does you no good. You want people to organically find you and like you. True fact. Okay. You see these big sellers, they've got a couple 100,000 followers. They might have 120 people in the room. Most of them, 80% of that, 90% of that are just givey goblins, people waiting for them to be able to enter into a giving. They're not actually sitting there buying. Okay. Organic following, build you a clientele, build you a customer base organically. Please, please, please. Yeah, conversation. Almost all of it, Lily. And I'll tell you, when I first got going, I just started grabbing things from around the house off my shelves. My first 3 or 4 shows was glass and just stuff I had around the house, right? I'm now at about an eight. So I'm now at, if I spend $100, normally uh, I'd have to look at it. A month ago, it was like 80%. So 20% of that was investment. The other part of it was profit. And that's really good. Okay. Um, should everybody expect that? No. But I would tell you my first year, almost all of that was profit because I was just getting stuff out of my house. I was going to shelves, which I have a ton of stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like there's stuff everywhere. So get going that way where you're not having to spend a lot of money on inventory. You're just kind of running stuff you already have. Yeah. Ties. Yeah. If you don't know, I own over 2 million neckties. Kristen, quit judging me. I can eat a fry. Again, make sure it's going to work for you. Okay. We want to see people succeed. I want to see people do it the right way. Huh? Oh, so each one of these? Oh, I don't know. Each one of these is its own lot. Okay. Well, you can add some extra stuff to each one of these. They spent really good money. So if you want to add some, yeah, add like the giveaway box or something. You know what I'm saying? But just kind of. Sorry, Emily's gonna be packing. I don't do any buyer giveaways either. No buyer giveaways. I live in the state of Oklahoma. There's federal and state laws, and unfortunately, I don't want anybody ever knocking on my door, and so I only do follower giveaways. Okay, there's so many laws and regulations regarding giveaways. Just because Whatnot says, "Hey, listen, this is our terms of service, and these are our laws," doesn't mean that it's following state and federal guidelines. And so I'm real careful with giveaways. I only do follower giveaways. And I'm not saying who's right or who's wrong, but in my opinion, I'm I'm responsible for my business. I'm responsible for how I do things. And so I only do follower giveaways. I don't do any buyer giveaways. I think I've done 2 or 3 on the platform the entire time I've been on here. I do a follower giveaway, no purchase necessary. I state before I ever run any kind of giveaway, my terms and regulations are stated within my profile. You can go in there and you copy and paste that into. You'll see the chances of winning. You'll see the odds. You'll see values. There's a whole terminology, legalities to giveaways, and I follow all those. I'm real careful because there's some other Oklahoma sellers that run it kind of like a Powerball. And listen, I'm not getting into that. Absolutely. I will do that in just 1 second. So I only do a follower giveaway. I think it's very important that giveaways utilize those in the right way. You do capture your customers when they come in. I realize that a lot of you are like, listen, there's giving goblins out there, and that's the risk you take. Listen, that's why you don't do all those sponsorships and unorganic followings or requests, right? Most of my folks that are in my shows are actually buying from me and they're getting in those giveaways and winning. Giving goblins. Did you guys realize some states that you can write Whatnot and just tell them that you live in a state that no purchase is required and you can get into any giveaway? Just saying. Only followers. So this is a thing is that I want to cup. If you come in my show, right? You come in my show and you have found me. I want you to follow me, right? Like I'm offering you something for free. I want to capture you. Again, that's where those 25,000 followers have come in, right? You've organically came into my show. You've walked in my store. Now I want to capture that customer. Okay. Maybe you don't win anything today. Maybe you do. You get a great giveaway and you're like, listen, that's amazing. Brock sent us something great. You come back and buy from me maybe the next time. Right. So that's why I only do follower giveaways. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Matter of fact, we need to run one. Hold on. Let me set this up. Does anybody not know how to set up giveaways? Don't feel like this is Seller Help Show. If you want me to show you, I'll show you how to set up a giveaway. Just say, yes, show me. If not, I'll set one up and we'll absolutely. So if you don't know, again, my desk is a mess because I just ran a show. Okay. I just made 3 grand in 4 hours. Okay. I use 2 devices. I'm on my phone. Okay. I'm on my phone. This is what I normally run my show on. Okay. What I'm showing you. And then off to my right, I'm on a computer. Some people use a tablet. There's a lot of things that are available on a computer that are not available on your phone device. So when you go to do your shipping on a computer. Okay. You can edit all kinds of information. There's a lot more access. There's a lot more analytics on a computer versus on your phone. Okay. Now, if you're editing your profile, you're setting up shows, do that on your phone. But as far as all the other stuff, the complicated stuff, and it's not that complicated, but do it on your computer. So, in stating that, I'm on my computer right now. Okay. I'm in my live show. Up here to the left, you will see offers. You'll see auction. Okay. And you will see the word giveaways. Okay. I'm going to come down here. I'm going to push add. I'm going to come over here and I create temporary. The difference between quality and temporary is quality listing goes in your bin. A temporary listing goes away after each show. And so I always do temporary. Temporary again. Okay. Let me, you're going to select the category of the giveaway. You're going to name it. I normally just put follow me. And you can put in there giveaway. You can do whatever you want there. But I normally put, hey, listen, follow me. Then I normally put in free stuff. Okay. Quantity, however many giveaways you think you're going to run. Shipping profile. Now, when you create your profiles, all the profiles you create will show up here automatically. Now, there are some automatic profiles that have now been set up for you new sellers, but I still highly suggest you go in. All these ones you see right here are ones I've created myself and know what those are. Flat cost, $4 flat fee. That's all I charge. So what will happen is when you do a giveaway and you tell it, hey, listen, this is $4 max shipping. I've told this by creating this profile that this is 12 by 12 by 12 and under 16 ounces. Okay. That's what that profile is to me because I created it. You're going to see buyer appreciation, followers only, and everyone. Doesn't matter, right? I always just do followers only. This would be if somebody bought something from you. Okay. Anybody that bought anything could get into this one. I don't ever do that. You can. You're going to select a picture. Those are pictures I've created. You're going to go to upload. Okay. Over to the left hand side, you will now see a profile. Anytime I want to run a giveaway, I just go to start giveaway. And you will now see that there is a giveaway running. Okay. And you do that pretty much for your auction as well. Okay. Lieutenant, I think that what is the best ways for new sellers to get their show seen by most whatnot? My number one answer would be doing over a 2-hour show. the constant turnover of people entering and exiting. Um, Again, you can do the paid promotions, but there's no, like, if you listen to what I'm telling you, those 7 strategies will be the best way of getting people in your show. Naming your show correctly, using a good picture as your logo, offering great items at great prices. I think all of those things are very, very important. I shipped my first sale today and it was $0 for both us to ship. So I'm assuming I did the right way. It's hard for me to tell you without looking at it because hopefully it charged that customer up front. When you create those profiles, you're telling Whatnot what to charge the customer when you sell that item. Okay. That's what confuses a lot of people. You have to tell Whatnot, hey, listen, this is a 12-ounce item or this is a 24-ounce item. If you were to buy both of them, they're going to combine those ounces or those pounds to determine the pricing charged for each sell. Okay. Realize you do have 5 free screw ups per week. Do not listen to these big sellers that teach you guys. Listen, it don't matter. Just throw it in a box. Put If it's a 2-pound box, just put 15 ounces on it. I'm telling you, you're going to get caught up in a game, and it's going to screw you at some point. Might not be this time, but I guarantee it catches up to you where your customer gets the package. It's been underweighed, undersized, and they owe $15 in postage, and you're going to get the hickey. Okay. Do not be precise, be accurate, do it the right way. They might be taking shortcuts, but for you, that's not how you want to start your business. It's not how you want to run. Okay. But why only followers? For me, it's listen, I'm giving you something free. Just follow me. You know what I'm saying? I think that's why I do it. I want to capture the customer base when they run through the door. They might not buy anything today, but they might buy something tomorrow, and they have organically found me, and so I capture those customers or those followers. That person that's walks in the door again might not see anything today, but you might see something tomorrow. And so that is why I do followers only. A lot of people do the buyer giveaways. Again, I'm very careful about giveaways and how I do things. How I do things is a lot different than other folks. Again, I follow all federal and state laws, and so I'm real careful with it. Yeah. How do you keep that cone taped up? What cone? Yeah, definitely. I agree with that. First show, the very first word you should say if you're doing your first show is cone for bracelets. Oh, yeah, yeah. So I'll show you in a second. Bracelet measuring. Yeah, I'll show you. Everything I use is in my bin. So you want to know what it's called? It's in there. Um, how long have I been a seller on here? For over a year, right over a year now. Yeah, I sure will. I sure will. How do you keep the cone taped up? So they should come pre-taped. I've got a slash in mine. Okay. Inside here is pre-taped. Okay. Like that, once you put that thing together, like it's not coming apart. Okay. So this is, I mean, it's pretty much peel and stick, never come apart type thing. But you can also do the metal ones. These are a little bit more expensive, but that sucker weighs probably 3 pounds. Okay. It is super heavy metal cone. But yeah, pretty easy stuff. Okay. Comes flat when you get it, and you just peel and stick that. And I mean, really, it's not coming a, I mean, I'll ruin it by peeling that off. Is that what you're talking about? I hope. Let me take another bite here. Bonnie, I have. Yep. So what I would do is just what I would do is you can either tape it here and here, or take you a little bit of Gorilla Glue, okay, and get you a paper clip. See if I have one. What I'd do is I'd paper clip it, put you a little bit of Gorilla Glue or some kind of strong adhesive along that line, and then paper clip it and let it dry. Okay, that's what I would do. But that stuff shouldn't be coming off. One company has the copyright on this. If it's easybracelet.com, they have the copyright on that, trademarked it. Have I sold on other platforms? I sold on eBay for the last, I don't know, over 20 years. Um, Primarily just neckties and wiping rags. Um, Fees are outrageous. Inventory sits for a long time. This is kind of a forced sell, like it's going home with somebody, right? That is why I love the platform. It is going home. I put it in front, it's going home today. Whatever you're willing to pay for it, it's going. Versus listing something and it's sitting there for a month or two till it sells. Again, the platform is, you're looking at 11% over on eBay. You're looking at what, 20, 30% these days? Listen, I mean, it just doesn't make any sense. Rags, RAGS, are my favorite sellers saved in my host I follow. They are. Anybody you follow, again, what you can also do is if you will go in and bookmark this real quick, anytime that I go live, I will pin this and it will notify you that I've gone live, no matter what I'm doing. Okay. So just bookmark this again. It's $988. Do not buy this. Star 988 Suicide Prevention Hotline. But bookmark this and you will get notified anytime I go live. 20 years. Yeah, we used to do about $500,000 in sales on that platform. I've really slowed down, almost completely just stopped doing it because this is so much faster and so much easier. You know what I'm saying? I'm not having to go search for inventory. As soon as I sell a piece of inventory on here, it goes in a bag and it gets shipped, right? Versus the other platform, I was having to go find, we kept about 50,000 listings up there at all times, and I'd have to go find the inventory to ship it. And listen, it's just out of just not what I want to do anymore. Then you have to picture it, you have to list it. Nah, let me just hold it up in front of you and let it go, right? That's how I roll. Yeah, yeah. So what you do is you create that listing under inventory. You'll go into inventory, create the listing, right? And then when you bookmark, or when anybody that bookmarks that, when you pin it to any show, let me go back up. You create it as an inventory. Your inventory you can add to all of your shows, right? So you select all, throw it into your shows. Now, anytime I pin that, it will notify you guys, anybody that's bookmarked that, hey, listen, he's live. Don't be afraid to get started, Bonnie. It's easy. If you've done that other platform, this is about 2% of that work over there. Who wanted me to look at their profile? Finding treasures. Let me look. Beautiful flower. Mimi of 10. Title of your shows. You got to change the titles of your shows. It just says more jewelry for you. I want to see words like costume, antique, Victorian, rhinestone, brooches, sterling. Uh, Two of the top words that are searched is sterling silver and jewelry in our category. Okay. And so want to see those words: costume, antique, sterling, Victorian, gold filled, rhinestone, Weiss, Juliana. Um, we could just keep going on and on here, right? Regency, any of those words that are in your show, you need to be adding those to your titles. Okay. Um, I love your flowers. Okay. I would love for you to frame those pictures or add your name somewhere into those pictures. Okay. Sign Napier koala bear pin. Missing the word jewelry. Missing the word costume jewelry. Missing the word animal. Okay. Vintage red flower necklace, silver tone accents clear. What's the designer? What's the drop? Okay. You've got some of that on your other ones. But yeah, add some of that information in there. Um, Mimi. And what I mean by is you have this beautiful flower. I'd love for you to add an accent around that flower that's very bright and colorful. I'd also like for you to use your name, Finding Treasures with Amy, somewhere within that picture. Okay. Get those things done. Come back and holler at me. Okay. Shows. Always have 2 shows scheduled, no matter what, which you do. Great job. Robin, did I answer your question? So house. This is how I'm kind of looking at it. Until I'm told I can't do it, I'm gonna like you know, I think technically you're not supposed to do it. I'm not for sure, but it's kind of like music, right? Yeah. So you see what I'm talking about, Bozo? Just because just because a platform's terms of service says this or that doesn't mean that you don't need to go read your state and federal laws, is what I would say. And so I'm real careful about it. And what happens is you have folks that have used the system and take advantage of it and use it in the wrong way. And I guarantee you at some point it's going to draw some feedback. So I don't want to be part of that. So, yeah. So, like, technically, you're supposed to be offering something for sale, if that makes sense. um, yeah. House of Geekiness. They understand. Yeah. We're on the same page. It's kind of like music. You guys playing music on the app. You got to realize that most of this music is copyrighted, eh, right? But hopefully they hook up with like Spotify or one of these big music providers where they offer like a commercial license to be able to play whatever music, right? It is extremely helpful. Yeah. And I guess I could play around with that where there's actually something for sale. And I guess there is. It's technically not free on the radio because every time that radio station plays that music, they're paying, right, a royalty. Versus if you're playing it in your show, there's no royalty being collected. I do. I do. I absolutely do. So I am only a random pull person. I go in numerical order, and I can show you how to set that up if you'd like me to show you. I run from one listing. I do not create multiple listings, and it's automated or automatic if you set it up the way I do it. Absolutely, absolutely. We can show you how to do that. Okay, here we go. So again, I just did a show. I'm going to take you off the phone stand real quick. Okay, I just did a show. This is all. This is 4 hours, 5 hours of a show right here. Okay. And as you can see, I go in numeric order. Everything goes into a bubble wrapped envelope. Okay. I sell it. I put the number on it 105, 104, 103, 102. When I go to ship, okay, when I go to ship, it tells me what lot number Michelle bought. So maybe Michelle bought 105, maybe Michelle bought 124, maybe bought 128. Super easy, super fast when I do my shipping. Again, I've done a 24-hour show and I shipped everything within 2.5 hours. Okay. Super organized, super fast. And I'm going to show you how to set this up. Okay. So as I'm sitting here, I'm bringing my jewelry from my right side, bringing it up here, putting it on screen, right? Showing it to you guys. It sells. I'm going to my left. Okay. Just have a little chair set up here next to me. And I'm putting it in the box in numeric order. Okay. Small, easy to ship, super organized, right? Do you see anybody's name on this thing? You don't. Okay. Held by grace. Held by grace. If you're in my room right now, the lens will show up. And if not, just let me know and I'll make sure. But yeah, last week, all those lenses, we sold like 45 of them within. And so some of those will come directly from the manufacturer. Okay. But if you buy one this week, it's coming directly from me. There's a whole box of them somewhere here. So as I'm doing this, as I'm going in numeric order. Okay. So this is how you do it. Let me put you back on the stand real quick. Put my eye back on. Okay. Okay. So you're going to go to auction. Okay. On your computer, you're going to go to auction. Okay. You're going to go down here to add. Again, we're under auction. Again, if you need to rewatch this, you can buy the rewatch, go to activity and rewatch the entire thing, or jump on my YouTube and follow me. Okay. You're going to go to add. This will pop up. Okay. I'm going to do temporary listing and do temporary again. This is where you get to put all your information in. Normally I'm putting item shown. Okay. Description. I put no cancels. Typing with one hand here doesn't work. No refunds. Right. Whatever you want to put in there. On this item shown, do not make this too long. Do not make this too long for shipping reasons. If you make this too long, it makes it a nightmare when you go to do your shipping. So short, simple, easy. Starting price, whatever you want to do your starting price, realize all of this is editable before you ever push start. Quantity, put in 1,000. Do not toggle this on. Do not toggle this on. Okay. Condition, whatever your condition is, pre-owned, excellent. Shipping profile, whatever profile. Again, you can edit before you ever push start. I do $1 starts, no reserve, no minimum, $4 max shipping. I'm going to come down here to my profile that I want to use. Okay. And then a picture. This is just a generic picture. American flag. I'm going to push Save. Over here on my left, this will now pop up. This is the listing I just created. Product actions. Okay. Click on that. You're going to see start auction. I'm just going to run this. Don't anybody bid, please. Automatically, it's going to assign it number 1. Okay. If this item sells, it will assign it number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5, number 6, up to 1,000. Okay. Do you see how that works right there? It will automatically assign that because I put in quantity of 1,000, a new number each time it sells. Now, from product actions, a lot of you say, Brock, I can't start things or I want to jump around from $1 item to a $10 item. You're going to click on product actions and you can edit the item before you ever push start. So I'm going to edit it. Listen, I now have a $10 item and I now have a 5-pound box. Okay, now I have $4 flat fee on here, so it's going to show you $4. You guys, as long as you don't turn on that flat fee, you'll see an adjustment. Okay. Now, guess what's going to happen? I'm going to push confirm. I then have to come back over here and I have to push start. Okay. You will now see that it says starting price $10. Come back over here and I'm going to push start. At the bottom, you're going to see it's now a $10 item. Now, again, if this item was to sell, it's going to assign number 2. Okay. Now, again, I'm only using 1. The reason being is that if you create more than 1, it gets a little confusing when you go to do your shipping. So if you have a $2 start, a $5 start, a $10 start, and you create multiple profiles, that's what it's going to go when you do your shipping. It's going to say, hey, listen, this is $2 start number 1. This is $10 start number 1, right? Whereas if you just utilize 1, you can jump around and edit that. Okay. So that's why I only do 1. Again, edit item. I want to go back down to $2 and I'm going to change my shipping back to $4. Okay. If you edit or change it, you got to go back and confirm it. Okay. And it'll show you right there. Hey, listen, you've now changed that back to a $2 and you can run it. Questions, concerns, bite of a hamburger. Hold on. It's because it wasn't the random pulls. It was because they didn't sell enough quality listings. They're confused. Again, becoming a premier seller, you have to have so many quality listings. You have to sell from your quality listings as well. That's part of that premier status. It's not just random pulls. Okay. I've seen it. I understand what you're saying to me. It is not because they were doing random pulls. It's because they didn't do quality listings as well. Random pulls is just fine. Again, they want you to build up a bin as well, just like I have. Okay. Random pulls are just fine. And that's coming directly from the source. Okay. Random pulls are just fine, but you also want to create some quality listings. Becoming a premier seller does require some of the average points there to be from your bin. Yes, Lieutenant, they are a generational company. You'll hear that from the CEO. You'll hear that from all of their employees. That's one thing I love to hear from them is they will use that word as generational. They are a generational company. I mean, how many billions did they make last year, right? What quality, a quality listing. So there's two types of listings on here. Again, sorry, I haven't ate anything today. I have to eat or I'll start tripping out on y'all. Um, there's two type of listings. There's a temporary listing and there's a quality listing. A quality listing is something that's going to stick around. It goes into your bin. Okay. Your bin is kind of like that eBay thing, right? You have this store, okay, and you have items in your store. It's there even when you're not doing a live show. It's in that store. Okay. A temporary listing is a listing that you create for just that live show. So the minute you end your live show, it disappears. So you set your bin up for all those items that people are going to find you that are just your normal items. It's kind of like going to Walmart general store and you walk in and they always have their aisles full of stuff, right? Those are their bin items. Then you walk outside and they have all these things out on table that are on discounts or 50% off or whatever. But again, those are not their permanent items. They go away. So quality listing is your store. Temporary listing is when you're running just those random pools in your live auctions. Hi, how are you? Hold on, hold on. Also, I want to say this while I'm thinking about it. If you're in Oklahoma, Arkansas, Kansas, Missouri, you're kind of up in that. If you know, you know, if you know, or if you want to travel, we're going to be doing a get together in October at Grand Lake. We'd love to have you. Fay West Designs is kind of organizing that. I will be there along with lots of other folks. We have fun. We play games. We talk about things. We just have a one-on-one good time. Um, it's at a very low-key, beautiful setting. So if that's something that interests you, D and me, or Fay West Designs. Um, I expect one to be coming up. Okay. I expect, again, Whatnot hosted a 500 people get together in Austin. I expect and that went really, really well. East Coast, West Coast, North and South show or get together. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So again, just it's exactly think of it like that. Okay. Is a quality listing going to stick around? Temporary listing is going to go away. My numbering system is the best way of doing it, the fastest, most organized way of doing it. Some of the biggest sellers on the platform have came and watched this show and said, "Oh my goodness, you've got it down. This is how I'm going to do it." It was taking me 4, 5, 6 hours to do my shipping, Brock, and now it takes me an hour. You know, organization is key. Fast, easy. I know who that is. I sure do. Lieutenant, I do. I know who that is. McNeil estate sales. They also is he doing the Oklahoma? I think he does the Oklahoma estate sales things now. So I was an auctioneer, again, military guy. We owned a big corporation here in Oklahoma with over 150 employees at one point in time. But I also did auctioneering for the state and federal government. So, but yeah, I know all those guys. Been in the auction business for a long time. Uh, Antiquities, and then listen, I'd rather sell a $50,000 tractor than a $200 couch. So, kind of got into the big equipment, selling all the state surplus, any kind of drug seizure, all that good stuff. Did that for fun. Did that for the state. I worked for them for 16 years. Um, Oklahoma University, I think I did 21 years. City of Moore, City of Norman, Tulsa Technology Centers. Listen, I've done about all of it. Yeah, know them all. Know them all. Yeah, I still know a bunch of them. So if I cannot fit it into a box or into one of my bubble wrap, I tell people to get some painter's tape, some blue tape. Always stick it on the bottom or somewhere where it's not going to damage the property. And or I use poly bags, and these come in all different sizes. Okay, you can get these 6x9. They come in all sizes. But when I go to ship, then I wrap it really nice. But to keep it separated for now, let's say I sold you this anvil or this sizer, right? Okay. And then all I'm using is a marker, right? Or blue tape on a big old vase or something like that, right? Painter's tape. Blue tape. Also, packing materials, you folks. If you'll go to Lowe's or Home Depot, go to the painter section. They have what's called painter's paper, and you get a big old stinking roll of it. It's brown paper. It's a little bit thicker than like a newspaper, but I use that as packing supplies. Bubbles are too dang expensive. Go get some painter's paper from Lowe's or Home Depot. I mean, the big old thing of it's like $10. So what happens is TNT, once the item runs out, it goes into inactive. So then you have to go into inactive inventory and add more numbers to it. If you tell it, hey, listen, I only have 10 of these, once it sells out, it throws it into the inactive category. I have not, Lieutenant Dan. I have not. I have not ever heard of that. I have no idea. Cabinet of Curiosities. Random jewelry pools, all fresh, no repeats. Sterling silver, costume jewelry vintage. Listen, if you have sterling silver, put that into your title of your show. Okay. Again, it is one of the most searched words on the platform. So again, I would go um, in your show title, Lieutenant, and put that in there. Okay. Your titles to your items are amazing. Okay. Amazing. Great pictures, great titles. Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. I don't have a lot for you. How do you know what people are looking for on the platform? Um, Go watch other people's shows. Go watch other people's shows. Hang out with similar sellers and see what things are doing. Again, I'm not known just as a seller. I'm known as a great buyer. But if you want to know what's popular, go hang out in other people's shows and see what's going. I think that's a lot of it. Arr. SEO. Yeah, that's why those titles mean so much. You don't care what the description says, but those titles really make a difference. TNT. I first of all, I would really love, and you turn it around real quick. I'd really love for that TNT to pop me in the face. Houchin, I went to Houchin Elementary School. Really would like that TNT to pop me in the plate in the face. Okay, really use a drastic enhancement or color. Okay, again, I would tell you to get rid of your last name, use a nickname, or you just use Carla. Lots of verbiage here. People won't read it. Okay, keep it simple, short. Keep it all to the left of clips. Okay, short, simple. Okay, people just will not read it. But if it's short and simple, it captures them. Okay. Um, again, you can't even see that it says by Carla unless I really zoom in. Okay. Really make that pop, please. $2 starts, 80s earrings, party clip on studs, statement earrings plus. Um, I would like for you to get rid of all this. Okay. If you want to do an earring party, excuse me, just do earring party. Okay. And then what I would do is vintage costume jewelry. Okay. Vintage costume 80s earring party. Maybe do that. But I don't think you need the clip on, the studs, the statement earrings, all that stuff. Now, if you have any Juliana or vintage like 40s, 50s, Weiss, put those name brands in there. Okay. But from your picture, we're gathering, hey, listen, this is an 80s type of earring thing. But as far as your search, vintage costume jewelry 80s earring party is what I would do. Use the word sterling. I would cap all this, get rid of any kind of commas. Commas do you no good. Dots do you no good. Okay. You're just adding things in there that you don't need. But cap lock all of that. Get rid of the exclamation points. Okay. Gold and silver tone instead of repeating your two words there, tone and tone. Put gold and silver tone. Okay. Sterling, definitely. Okay. Let me see. Shop. Vintage sterling 12 karat gold filled flower clips on earrings. No name brand on those. Pictures are great. I'm going to say your titles are great too. Okay. Come back, change a few of those things, have me look at it again. Minimum changes. You're on the right path. All sales are final, no returns, exchanges, or cancellations. Please bid responsibly. Take that out of your profile, put that into your description of your item, or items, I should say. So we were a manufacturer, wiping rag manufacturing company. We process between 8 and 12 million pounds of wiping rags yearly, and a grader. So we would take in truckloads, like 44,000 pound truckloads of clothing and textiles, bring it in, separate it out into all the different categories, all the denim here, all the shoes here, all the coats here, all the t-shirts here, anything that was cotton or we could turn into a wiping rag. We actually had big old cutting machines that people would sit there and cut into wiping rags, make 10, 25, 50 pound boxes of rags. Don't look at yours, it's a mess. Okay. So all these guys selling all these t-shirts and western shirts and all that stuff, it normally came from a facility like mine. Yeah, we were graders. Yeah, grader. So we manufactured wiping rags, but we also graded clothing. And we would send anything that we couldn't turn into a wiping rag over to like Chile or Africa. uh, pretty much any kind of southern country that could utilize, you know, yeah. Momo, Momo, you want a treat? Here he comes. Come here, you want a bite? You want a bite of my burger? This guy? You want a bite of my burger? Oh, you want a treat? Are you good, dog? Are you pretty? Do you like hamburgers? Is that good? You want, hey, are you pretty? Are you my good dog? Are you so pretty? Oh, big. Look at that big piece of meat. Oh, good dog. Are you my pretty boy? Are you so pretty? He is a piebald. Yep, he sure is. This is Momo. Momo, aren't you? Are you pretty? Hey, do you love Grandpa? Do you like going outside? Do you? Huh? Huh? Do you like treats? Do you like going bye bye? Huh? What do you think? Do you want another bite? Do you want another bite? Are you my good dog? Let me see. Let's see what Grandpa can get you here without making a mess. Here you go. Did you get a little bit on you? He is amazing. This is one of the smartest animals I've ever owned. He is actually a seizure alert animal, and he goes everywhere with me. Huh? Aren't you? Aren't you? Are you so nice? Are you so pretty? Yes, you are. Oh, look at that tongue. Oh, you're talking to him. Can you say hi? He is he is a year old. Good dog. Thank you. He's kind of off work right now. He's hanging out with grandma. You gonna take the whole thing? All right. He is. He's amazing. He's off work right now. He's hanging out. Yeah, he's a year old. He's still in training. Has command words, and again, training an animal is not as one thing you're done. It's a continuation of skill and training and command words. So he's amazing. He is our first. Yeah, he is our first. Absolutely. We have three Great Danes, and again, I have major seizures, and so we wanted to travel, and I'm like, listen, I want a small animal that can just sit on my lap and go anywhere with me, versus a big animal that you know what I'm saying? And so that is the one that we ended up with. He's amazing. I will always have one now. Yes. We have three. They not, Lisa, are they not amazing? They're amazing. He's a little, normally his head is under the covers, their little noses get cold, and the rest of his body is out and just kind of like there, right? Or a cult. Yes. They're so smart. So smart. What did I miss, Bonnie? Oh. So Bonnie, our neighbors they had um two dogs, and one passed away last year. And I always feed them over the fence and stuff, like I give them biscuits and bones, and they posted and they put theirs asleep last Thursday. And it's sad just even being a neighbor after, not having, but I love just giving her treats and stuff every now and then. Man, it's hard. Man, it's hard. Listen, all the dash hound people are coming out. I had to ask a seller for a refund today, and they asked me to give them a refund amount, and they refund via another payment service. House of Geek, I mean, it's I would say Whatnot would want all transactions to go through Whatnot for security reasons. You know what I'm saying? But um, it's not uncommon that people do that. That's what I'd say. I see it a lot now. Is it within terms of service? I'm not really for sure, but I think they prefer you to go through for a seller's thing. I'd much rather go through Whatnot. That way, you can't say, "Hey, listen, they're saying they didn't get the refund, right?" And so I always try to take it through Whatnot versus another platform, just for me as a seller, protecting myself. Where you say, "Hey, listen, I didn't get a refund." Yeah, you did. You know what I'm saying? So, uh, I have a vet like that. We have an amazing vet. I have his phone number. Yeah, I'm so sorry. Listen, get you another one. Don't hesitate. Yeah, we live kind of out in the country and stuff, so our vet's amazing. Yeah, don't wait. Get you another one. They're our best friends. 20 chickens, that's us, right? We have miniature goats, Reba. We have Reba and Dolly. We have a pig named Daisy. She has these big old goiters on the side of her face. We have a lamb named Bob Marley. We have probably 20 or 30 chickens, three Great Danes, this little guy. Trying to think what else do we have here? We have the whole farm, right? Cows. Yeah, lots of fun. We get what? We're getting how many eggs you getting today? I think we got 10 or 12 eggs today. I don't have any We have no issues with our chickens. None. We have one rooster. They think talks all the dang time, but roosters are easy. No cats. I'm not a cat person. Nope, no kitty cats for me. Me and cats don't get along. I have a mixture. I have a mixture. I have a little bit of everything. How many cats have I known? None. No. I'm just not a cat person. I had a bad experience with a cat, and that was it. And it's a very long story, but pretty much my sister had a cat, and we thought it was being abused. So my kids wanted to bring it home. We brought it home and ended up having like ringworm. Gave our secretary, so we took him to our plant to be like a plant kitty, and it ended up giving my secretary's ringworm. So it went into quarantine for about like 2 or 3 months. Spent I don't know how much $1,000 on this cat. I brought him home and he disappeared after the first day. Bad experience. Me and kitty cats don't get along. No, it's not time for any cats. Nope. True story. Again, seller help show. You guys, we get off on topic a little bit. If you need to have any questions, concerns, want to know anything, let me know. Um, Listen, sheep. This sheep of mine, he's meaner than snot. No. So, true story. We go to my sister's house, and her kids were very young, like 6, 7, and they're picking up by the tail. And my daughter's just sitting over there, like crying, like, "Oh my gosh." And the end of its tail looked like it had been burnt. And my sister said, "Yeah, it got burned on a candle." And so my daughter's like, "Dad, please ask if we can have this cat. We'll bring it home. We'll take care of it." My sister agrees. I bring it to the plant, and no, not one secretary, but two. We take it to the doctor, and it had ringworm. Do I do raid trains? I do not. I am not a big raid train guy. I've done four, I think, in the entire time I've been on the platform. It is not my deal. I don't really, and this is my thought process behind that. Rate trains are great for you new sellers. I'm not trying to deter you from them, um, because you're hopefully picking up some of these other people's buyers. For me, I run very long shows. I've never done a show under 6 hours. Maybe some of my help shows, but as far as a real show, I have never done a show under 6 hours. I would say an average of my show, which I say that I did a 5 hour show today. Um, Today's show was probably my shortest show ever, 5 hours. Most of my shows are between 6 and 18 hours. Longest show I've ever ran was 23 and a half hours, 12-hour shows, 13-hour shows, 18-hour shows. That's my deal. The reason being is because you get a rotation of customers. Okay. Running late night shows early into the morning, into the next day, you have a rotation of customers. You will pick up a lot more followers. Your sales, okay, it's a constant. Over 2 hours, you're getting a lot more people in. I do, Bonnie. I do 23 and a half hour show, one potty break and two eat breaks. Yeah. Comfortable chair, comfortable chair, relaxed atmosphere, good lights. Um, you know, when selling, you need to make sure that you have all your tools. What makes you comfortable? Good music, good lights, good chair. And when you start selling things and you're looking over to the right and you're going, listen, I'm up to $4 or $5,000, you're like, listen, I don't want to quit. Versus you jump on a raid train, you've got 30 minutes or an hour, and then you're passing on those customers to somebody else. I hate that, especially if you're doing really good. You're like, oh my gosh, I don't want to quit, right? Um, you know, or you look over and you see 35,000 or $40,000 in sales. Believe me, your energy, like, listen, I'm just going to keep going, right? I mean, it will drive you because one show, I just made more than what a lot of people make in an entire year. I just did 23 hours worth of work, and most people don't make that in a year. And so, mainly jewelry, mainly jewelry. I do neckties. Have done cards. I've done some like antiques and glass, but my niche is small. I figured this out early, is I like small, lightweight, easy things to ship that bring money. Jewelry, costume jewelry, small, easy to ship. I can have 50,000 pieces over here. Doesn't take up a lot of room, right? For me personally, I run into getting stuck, never feeling what? Feeling truly ready. You just get on, just go live. Okay. Good music. Listen, if your thing, you're like my wife, or you have, it gives you anxiety, bring somebody else you know in the room with you. Have that conversation. People like that. Okay. You have to create an atmosphere that's comfortable for you. And a lot of people are not public speakers. They're like, listen, all right, have somebody else do it for you. Have your husband or your daughter or your son, whoever. I don't know. Oh, I'll just do it once I'm done. Oh, that's a big, nice tablet.
update to the same for what not needs to be downloaded. Like I went
okay.
through and did all the updates, and it doesn't work because of that.
Hi,
And
Penelope.
he's never really.
How do you source without giving away your source, of course? How do you source? I know I tell people all the time. You want to source what our Facebook Marketplace? Hit up your local pawn shops. Become known as a buyer. I mean, sourcing, especially in the jewelry, it's everywhere. It is absolutely everywhere. Local auctions, you can jump on auctionzip.com and look at all your local auctions. Invaluable. You've got, um, your estate sales, your garage sales. It's just however much you want to put into it. If you like people that bicker, I can tell you one of them probably. Bring in a friend. Yeah, bring in a friend. Have real conversations. Whatever it is you enjoy, everybody can talk about something. There's something in this world that you enjoy, you like. And so, find those topics. And I will tell you, when you start talking about those things, just like our little dog now, there's so many people in here that relate to our animals, our hobbies. You're a rock climber, you're a jogger, you're a biker, you like to kayak, you like to fish. Bring those topics into play. Whatever makes you comfortable and that you have knowledge about, that's what your conversation should be about. Flea markets, absolutely. Absolutely. Ghost and the paranormal. What? Rebecca, what? Oh, Rebecca, you want to see a piece? I'm going to have a morning jewelry show. Let me see what side this is. I've got about 20 pieces. No, that's the wrong side. This opens up in two different places. Oh, you like to talk about that? There you go. That's not like, listen, that stuff kind of spooks me. I'm not a scary movie guy. I'm I've lived scary stories, so I'm not too much into scary stories. I've got about 20 pieces of morning. Listen, it's double sided. I'm not going to show you what's on the other side. Listen, I've got some killer pieces. Is that not beautiful? Gold. What is it? Probably not. Oh, yeah, you might look through there.
Well, I always dig through and pick out all your paper. I get mad at you for throwing it away.
I'm throwing stuff away.
Oh
yeah.
That stuff away. I get mad at you for throwing my paper away.
So listen to me. When you do that boost, wait. Don't do it right when you start your show. A lot of people make that mistake. They'll do the 15-minute boost, and it's at the beginning of their show when they're telling you all their terminology and they're talking. Do that boost when you're going. Okay. Do that boost. And I much prefer you to do the hour versus the 15 minutes. Yeah, I've got a bunch. If you don't know, I have 50,000 pieces of jewelry. I have over 2 million neckties. There's lots of people in the room right now that have seen my necktie collection. But we have just tubs and tubs. That entire box is full of jewelry. Again, we've got 2 million neckties. You never know what you'll find. Okay. Um, oh, yeah, I post, so all of these videos go to YouTube. Um, you know, I semi-cast or whatever you want to call that over to YouTube for every one of my shows. Multicast. Thank you, Emily.
That's the right word. I heard you said the other day.
Who? Me? Nah. I work. There's old Harry Larry. Yeah, I'm on YouTube. I think it's under my it's disabled vet whatnot is my YouTube. Disabled vet whatnot is my YouTube.
Come on, buddy.
Yeah, we have over 2 million neckties. Yeah, we've got a lot and counting. Absolutely. Yeah, if you have any questions, concerns, just let us know. Again, it's open chat night, so we can talk about anything. If there's anything you want to ask, you want me to look at your profile. Um, Again, I ran about a 5-hour show right before I did this. I did about $3,000 in sales in 5 hours. You know, numbers add up. I will tell you, a lot of people's issue is just going live, getting on and pushing start and going. Don't focus on the number of people in your room. Focus on just running a show. Okay. A lot of people get caught up as only I got 3 or 4 people in my show. Just run things. Run things. Okay. Activity. Absolutely. Ask away, Rebecca. Do I ever get burnt out? Honestly, yes. Honestly, yes, I do. And it's not really a burnout. Listen, I can run 1 or 2 shows a week and then be off the rest of the week. Running really long shows can burn you out really quick. But then again, you look at it financially and you're like, listen, if I went and did this in the real world, how much I would have I made today? I'm already retired. I don't have to do this. I enjoy doing this. I, we sold our companies, and I have um, medical condition where I can't work or drive. We're not supposed to drive. So again, I have seizures, 1 or 2 a week, and so. But again, I look at it like this: financially, for any of you guys, the platform is amazing, especially for parents that are staying home trying to raise their kids, supplementing incomes. You get to decide when you go on what you're going to sell, what you're going to do. You can go to work and make $20 an hour, work 10 hours today, and that's $200, right? Minus taxes and all the other stuff, Social Security, you're going to bring home what, a buck 60, right? I worked today for 5 hours and made $3,000. You do the math. I didn't have to drive nowhere. I didn't have to put on any business clothes. I didn't even have to take a shower if I didn't want to, right? I didn't have any diploma, didn't have any master's degree, right? I made just as much as a lot of attorneys, a lot of doctors, a lot of professional people out there in the world. Just saying, right? And that was a very low number show for me. So, is there a way, if I miss a question, just let me know, Rebecca? Is there a way to set a camera up before opening the show when I hit start? I want the camera facing away from me, not at me. Yeah, you just push flip. So again, go in and do rehearsal mode. Is there a way to set the camera up before opening a show? Yeah, my camera's always set up. I put it on the stand and you push start, and it should start facing away from you. Finding treasures. Yeah, automatically it's going to be facing away from you when you push start. Yep. How many items to prepare per hour show? I'm still setting up a profile. So Rebecca, I would think that a faster paced show, Okay. I see a lot of people spending a whole lot of time on just one item. Create a pace that's efficient. Be able to say what it is, be able to show what it is, and be able to push start. Again, if you take 10 minutes to show one item, you're not going to keep me. I'm gone. Because I want to find a seller that is rocking and rolling, that's selling things. I don't need an entire story. I don't need a 10-minute conversation about each piece. Okay. You will not keep me because my attention deficit's about this big. So I'm moving on. Even some of the greatest items, like, listen, I won't stick around. If it takes you 10 or 15 minutes, I move on. For your first show, I would say have at least, if you're going to run a 30-minute show or an hour show, if you're going to run a 2-hour show, I would say 50 items. Okay. If you're going to run a 2-hour show, have at least 50 items, 50 to 100 items is what I would say to you. 2-hour show, you should be running 50 items, 50, 75, 100 items. Okay. Um, so what I tell folks is to open up your own Whatnot bank account. Utilize that bank account for all your purchases and all your sales. Okay. Again, get a great accountant, get a good accountant that knows what they're talking about. A lot of your expenditures can come out of that account. Just make sure that you know what those expenditures are. But utilize a Whatnot bank account, all ins and all outs. At the end of the year, you're like, listen, here you go, professional, right? That's the best way of doing it. There you go. There you go. Yep. Yep. Again, if you want to go in and actually create LLCs, let me save you some money real quick. There is a rocketlawyer.com is geared towards each state's state coding. And so you can go into rocketlawyer.com and you can pay per legal document, or you can set up a monthly subscription. But if you're trying to set up an LLC, S corp, C corp, or maybe you're trying to do like a living trust, all that paperwork's available on rocketlawyer.com. Whatnot has a bank account or is an external bank. No, you set up your own bank account. I'm just saying, listen, go set up, go over to your Chase or whatever bank you bank at, set up an account. If you haven't opened up an LLC or C corp or S corp, and just use that bank account for your Whatnot transactions in and out. Again, there's lots of expenditures, but you need to talk to a professional and understand what is or isn't. Like in an owning a business, there's a lot of expenditures like going out to eat, taking people out to eat, traveling cost, gas cost, percentage of your house if you're using your house to sell and whatnot. All of your tools and boxes and that kind of stuff. Those are all expenditures. But again, I can't sit here and name all of them off. You need to go get with an accountant and figure out what legally you can write off. But like I'm telling you, like 90% of things you can write off. You cannot put any outside. Um, you'd be all right with rocketlawyer.com. We're not trying to drive traffic or sell somewhere else. These are legal documents to help out Whatnot users create and establish businesses. So rocketlawyer.com would be fine. Yeah, don't mingle your funds. The minute you intermingle your personal and this type of thing, it becomes a liability. Lots of deductions. Lots of deductions. Almost everything can be a deduction. I can't give you, Linda, I can't give you legalities because it's really hard to tell somebody what is or isn't. Again, that's where an accountant comes into play as to what you're doing and how you're doing things. There are certain advantages and disadvantages of all of them. C corps, S corps. I would tell you that most are LLCs because they're limited liability companies, and it separates you personally and the business. When you get into C corps and S corps, liabilities really take on shareholders. So go read about them, understand them. When I started, I ran the same cards over and over. Laugh out loud. Listen, move inventory. How do you personally track how much you purchase something for and how much you need to price it? I don't. Cam, I don't. I buy bulk. I bought 50,000 pieces of jewelry one time. To me, it is about what I handed them and what comes in, right? You write a check, or you make a cash withdrawal and you have a receipt for what you purchased. And then, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't buy really individual pieces, but at the end of the day, I'm using the same bank account for all my purchases and all my sales. Shows all my outs and shows all my ins. I don't really look at individual pieces. I look at show numbers. Again, bulk seller. I sell, I buy bulk and I sell just thousands and thousands a piece. So I'm not trying to keep individual prices. At the end of the day, I profit. I might lose here on one item and then profit on the next 20, right? Any more questions? Any concerns? Again, please, 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 if you're coming in, take this in consideration. It is the best $4 you will spend from my door to your door. It is a shipping guide. It is not just one page. Get some pictures. This is a physical item. You can sit here and say, do this, do this, do this. Seller Hub, top right hand corner, three little lines. Click on three little lines, scroll down, shipping profiles, plus sign, create your bunch of shipping profiles. This is how you do it. Step by step by step. How I do it, how they do it. A lot of your big sellers, this is what they teach. Doesn't fit my need because most of my 90% of my packages are under a pound. Okay. Little tips and tricks how to send those flat rate or those um, 74-cent envelopes. Okay. If you buy this brochure, it's going to cost you 74 cents right now, right? This is how I'm doing it. Okay. 1 to 5 pounds, 5 pounds and over. Some best practices. Okay. All of our amazing, helpful people. That good, Lady K, Second Life Treasured. Okay. Best guide you can get. I sign it because every now and then I have people say, will you sign this? And I forget who it is. So I just sign all of them. It is not me. Okay. My YouTube channel, right? Go watch that, support that. Best, I have two sponsors. The reason I sponsor these is because it costs me more than $3 to make this. Okay. And ship it to you. So it is in my bin. Here, I'll pin it for you guys real quick. Best, again, my bin is always open for you. Another little tip and trick I'm going to share with you guys. Anytime you're looking at somebody's show, their bin, go into one of their live shows or one of their shows they have scheduled to go live and buy it from there versus their bin. Because sometimes the shipping is cheaper in that scheduled show than what it is in their bin. So right now, if I end my show and you go into my bin to buy this, it's going to be $4 shipping. Versus if you go into one of my shows that is scheduled, it's going to charge you 74 cents. Little tip and trick. Uh, did we sell out of them? Hold on. We might have sold out. Hold on. Oh, there it is. It's right there. What is the cheapest way to ship in bulk? Flat rate. flat flat rate large box 921. Again, don't ever go to the post office and buy postage. Do not ever. That is retail postage. You can go to Shippo, you can go to PayPal. There's so many different shipping companies on here. But always do it online because you will save a ton of money. If you go to the post office, I've seen people spend 60, 70 bucks when they could have put it in a flat rate box for 921. I just don't get it. Flat rate large box. This right here. We'll say large flat rate. 921 to ship this. Anything you can fit in this, up to 70 pounds. Okay. Like, listen, I'm going to show you something. This person spent $53 because they went to the post office. Don't ask me why or how this happened. This box is 921. 921. Okay. They went to the post office. Yeah. It's like 921, right? And it's based off what you can fit in that box. USPS.com. Go to USPS.com. They're free boxes. Realize there's a difference between priority and flat rate. Okay. Okay. This is a priority box. Nowhere on this does it say flat rate. Okay. This is going to be based on dimensions and weight. Dimensions and weight. Versus this box. Now they make these in small, medium, large. Each one, no matter how much you can get into it. It looks and it says priority mail on it. And then on the other side, it says large flat rate box. USPS.com, create you an account, get informed delivery. Okay, sign up for informed delivery. It shows you all your packages coming out and coming in. They send you a little email every day and it shows every bill, every package you're getting, okay, as well as all that are outgoing. But you can get on USPS and get all those boxes for free. Absolutely. It's now depends on distance. Interesting. Is it really? They've changed it. Don't go to the post office. Buy it on PayPal. Okay. Buy it on PayPal, go through Shippo. The reason is because they negotiate rates. And so they give them a huge deduction because they're doing a huge amount of volume. So it's always cheaper to not go to the post office. Buy that label online. Yeah. Always print your labels with whatnot. Always print your labels with whatnot. That's not what I'm trying to say. Always buy your labels on whatnot, especially if it's a sale on whatnot. I'm just saying, like, people were asking when I ship bulk, what is the best way? That's the best way. Now, if you're doing any kind of whatnot transaction, buy the label on whatnot. Always. But if you're mailing like Christmas presents this year, or you're selling a customer, and any transaction you do on whatnot, you need to buy the label through whatnot. So just to be clear there. Let's run this fan. Like, I have a fan, I have lights, um, nice comfortable chair, pillow. I've got a blanket. I've got my radio. Yeah. Again, whether you buy it from me or you buy it somewhere else, I'm always using this. I'm going to turn you around. I'm going to take another bite of my sandwich here. The Apexel lens. Em, did you bring me my medicine? You did. Thank you. Yeah, I saw your message. I did. I saw your message. It came through. Um, so we sold 45 of those in 2 days. It's coming from the manufacturer, so you should have got an envelope. I don't know, maybe the envelope hadn't arrived yet, but I assure you that will show up. I'll send you a tracking number on that so you know. Again, I'm sorry. I thought I stated that. I did get about 100 of them in since you bought, but yours is coming directly from the manufacturer. You should get a little letter that says, "Hey, listen, your item will show up within a few days." Um, and I do apologize that that was delayed, and it should arrive this week. Okay, and I'll go look that up, get you a tracking number, send that to you. Okay, but yeah, absolutely. Sometimes those letters get caught up in that first class mail, so you know what I'm saying? Like it's like the slow mail anymore. It's crazy. What does the lens do? So the lens, I always have a lens on because again, our phones are so stinking smart. You know, normally they have one, two, three lenses. Nowadays it's at least two or three, right? So each one of these lenses does a job, right? Either to focus in on one subject. You know, a lot of people I see them, they're trying to show something and it gets blurry in the background. But what you're doing is you're forcing all three of those lenses, just simply goes on your phone like such. Okay. You're forcing all three of those lenses to look through one eye. One, it's a magnification tool, but two, it really takes out all of the blurriness and stuff like that because you're forcing those eyes to look through one lens. And so all you do is you open it up, no batteries or anything like that, and then and I'll show you on my phone. All I'm doing is pinching, okay, and I'll show you on my phone. It does. It does. Any phone that has lenses like this, so you saw me just put it on, right? And sometimes you gotta, you know, it'll look like this. You gotta kind of play with it, make sure you're over all three of those lenses. First of all, let's show you without. See how everything in the background right now is blurry? Like it's trying to focus. So everything else in the background is all blurry, right? Now I'll put the lens on. Okay. See how there's no transitioning? Again, I'm just squeezing. And so if you have a ring or something like that, where you're trying to get in really close, you're magnifying that. Okay. See how there's no blurriness between the two items? It's because I've forced those eyes to look through one lens. Okay. Yeah. So I'm always using that. Absolutely. Absolutely. How about my phone stand? Well, which one? Okay. So again, I'll show it to you. I got creative. A lot of people will use these here, right? Your ring lights, right? This is mine. Okay. It's kind of a homemade thing here. I bought the ring light. It's a square ring light, right? And then what I did was I, you know, when you're sitting here on your table, you're tipping it or you're moving it, right? Most of you guys are using something like, where is it? You're using tripod, right? Most of you are using that tripod thing. Most of you are using something like this right here, right? And for me, I was always bumping it. Okay. It's just kind of flimsy. And I'm like, listen. So what I did was I took the square light, it's in my bin. Okay. I did not put a stand on it. And I bought a laptop holder. This is heavy. This is metal. It's not going to tip over. Okay. And then I just put my phone right here on this. Okay. Has the adjuster on the front. But, and then if I need to go up high, I just got me a little box. Okay. But this is heavy and it's a laptop holder. And now just squeeze that little ring light right into that laptop holder. Right. I'm going to take this out real quick. Switch you around. Okay. Get nice, heavy, made to hold laptops up. Just open it up. Simply just stuck the light in there. And now I have a nice, heavy light. This isn't a seller show. Any native? Or this isn't a show. I need to get a patent. It just works, right? And that's my thing is there's a lot of options out there. Um, and I just felt like I was always dumping this tripod over and I wanted something more stable, more heavy. And so like, listen, this works better. There's nothing else out there on the market like it. You can't see anything. What do you mean you can't see anything? What do you mean you can't see anything? I'm always playing with things. Hey Wes, why are you not a mod? Hey, we've got all kinds of people wanting to come to this meetup now, just so you know. Like, is there a cutoff? Yeah, they're both in there. Again, encyclopedia of information. Everything I use is in there. You know, the combination, you're looking at what, $40 for the square and the laptop holder. I mean, I chose what worked for me. I just kind of created something. I'm sure there's other options, but for me, that's what worked best. Um, yeah, sure, absolutely. Give me a second. I can tell you. I wrote it down somewhere. So if you chat GPT, the size is going to be, and if you ever forget, just Google thumbnail size, whatnot. Okay. And I think it's 1080 by 1920. 1080 by 1920. So when you create your pictures, like if you're doing chat GPT or you have a picture you want to use, throw it over there in chat GPT and tell it, say, make this photo 1080 by 1920. And it'll be a perfect fit. I am. I'm always on a computer and my phone. And my wife just brought me, we'll see how this works, an iPad that I will probably use for my seller help shows because this is a little bit easier, although not all the options are available. But yeah, I do multicast on YouTube. Absolutely. 1080 by 1920. Again, anybody on mod, you guys make sure you go follow them. Linda, if you will send Faye West Designs, she just entered the room. Send Faye West Designs and send her a DM. Um, I don't really find it helpful for me. I just do it because um, I was having a lot of people coming in and ask the same questions. You have a rotation of people coming in and out of the show. And so I was covering the same question about 20 or 30 times within a show. And so I'd be like, hey, listen, go buy the rewatch. Whereas now you can just go to YouTube and watch the entire show, right? So is it helpful for me? Yes, because I'm not having to answer the same question a million times. Whereas I can just go watch, say, hey, go watch YouTube. Yep. 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 Like the old beard, brother. I just didn't know what the cutoff was. I'm like, yeah, meet up in Oklahoma. I think Linda's gonna come. Lady K, I think Linda and Randy are coming. That'll be fun. We like old Linda and Randy. Now if I could just talk Alice into it. Yeah, Cream City. It is talk to Faye West Designs. I wasn't for sure. So Faye, I'm just be honest. I wasn't for sure I was gonna make it. I have some things scheduled, and so it's not anything I can get around. But we'll be good now. We'll be good. For some reason, I thought it was in January. I was like, she's gonna do it in October, I think. And have we gone through Casey? Do I need to set that up on the platform? You want me to write Casey and set it up? Listen, as long as it's not in January, we'll be okay. As long as it's not in January. If it's in January, there's gonna might be an issue. So yeah, anytime before January, we should be fine. Just let me know. Yeah, I know. Listen, you can call me too. That phone works both ways now. That phone works both ways. That's what I tell people in my life. Listen, I haven't heard from you. I'm like, listen, I hadn't heard from you either. Yes, send Faye West. Send Faye West. Listen, it's a beautiful place. They are very, very nice folks. Um, it is a beautiful piece of scenery. Just driving out there, but it's a very beautiful place, and I would highly recommend. We have a lot of fun. Hopefully, we can get Sandy to play the monkey game this time. It's amazing view. It's not as bad as you thought, right? You saw my kids play it. It's a lot of fun. Again, as you guys go through this and you become a seller or thinking about becoming a seller, know that we're here Wednesday nights. You run into an issue, you run into a problem, you can't figure something out. Again, come in here and ask or DM one of us and we'll help you out. We'll run you through it. I probably talk to 2 or 3 people a week, just helping them out. And so as you go through things, you get caught up, you get at a standpoint or still point, just holler at us. We'll help you out. He attends, he goes with me everywhere, everywhere. Momo's with me everywhere. I leave this house, Momo is with me. Anytime. Yeah, Momo goes with me everywhere. And Faye West, we're trying to talk her into getting a little, you know, princess Momo. We need a Princess Momo. He needs a girlfriend. Is it true bookmarks are important for the algorithm? Again, I didn't write the algorithm. You have a lot of people talking about things they have no idea about because they didn't write it. Um, I would say it doesn't matter. I don't think bookmarks matter to me anyway. I mean, it's great for you because you're like, listen, I got 500 bookmarks, but again, you have a lot of people out there that didn't write the algorithm. They don't know what the what actual determines, right? And so again, I think bookmarks are great because those people are getting notifications, but as far as actually driving traffic, because oh, I have 500 bookmarks, I don't think it's based on that. I think it's more based on that many people have bookmarked it, if that makes sense. Yeah, exactly. How do I change the shipping on a Givey? I get charged 3 to 4 times on a. So, um, again, when you create a profile, create those shipping profiles. When you create that Givey, you get to determine what size package that is. Okay. And so when you create that giveaway, there's going to be a section under there. Let's just turn it around and show you. When you go to giveaway, let's add one real quick. When you scroll down here, it says shipping profile. You are telling it, this is what my profile, this is what my giveaway weighs. So if you're trying to send a giveaway in just a regular envelope, right? And you want to charge 74 cents to yourself, you're going to want that 1 ounce, right? Versus this is a 1 pound giveaway. You're telling it what to charge you. So make sure that you have shipping profiles set up for yourself for your giveaways. And again, you can edit. We'll push cancel real quick. This is one we already created, right? Before you ever push start giveaway here, you can edit it. So on this one, I did $4 flat fee, right? And I told it that this package, this is one I set up for myself. This package is 12, 12, 12, and it weighs 10 ounces. Okay. But I can go in here and change it to a first class letter. Um, whatever I want to change it to, I can change it to 1 to 2 pounds. Again, I'm telling Whatnot, hey, this is my giveaway. I'm giving it away for free. This is the ounces, this is the pounds, and this is what they're going to charge me to ship that giveaway to the winner. Okay. So make sure you have those shipping profiles set up correctly. Did that help any way, shape, or form? Yes, thank you. Again, if you're trying to send stickers or freshies or something like that in that first class envelope, go in and what you'll do is you'll create a profile and this is for first class. This is only for items that can be metered mail. So something like this, right? And it can only be about that thick. Okay, kind of like a birthday card or something like that. Can't be any thicker. Has to be able to go through that meter. And you can go in. You see that? I'm going to take a screenshot of that real quick. And this will be for that first class mail. You want to send something for 74 cents. Okay. Must be able to be metered through that mail meter. Okay. And that's if you're sending like a gift card or you're sending um, stickers or you're sending something that's flat that'll fit in that envelope. Yeah. That's what I would do. And then it's only going to charge you 74 cents. Okay. So fresh, I think, and Lady K's in here, so let's talk about this. I see a lot of people that will sell, they'll get a really good show going, and then they'll take off a couple weeks. And by taking off a couple weeks, people forget about you. And you almost have to do a rebuild. So if you take off too long, it's almost like you're rebuilding. If you're active on the platform, you're constantly on people's minds. They're, you know what I'm saying? Like versus if you take some time off, it does take a little bit of time to get back up and going. And so I mean, Lady K or Christy will tell you that. You know, people jump on here and they have four, five, six shows, and then they're like, okay, they take a month off or they take a couple weeks off, you almost get forgotten. Or there's so many new people coming on that they don't know who you are. Yeah, yeah. So I will tell you that being active, even if you just pop on for a couple hours, a couple times a week, you'll keep that audience built up. Um, so okay, I generally sell once a week or every other week. Yeah, you're taking too much time in between shows. Again, a couple times a week. I almost take too much time off, and I run a couple times a week, and I do this right. And you know, it's almost too much, too far in between sometimes. And so, I would tell you run a couple times a week for at least a couple hours, and see if that doesn't help you. You can only dictate 4 days a month to a live show. I work full time and I'm in school full time. What is the best day and time to do a show? Um, for new sellers, I tell you, Sundays, again, this is jewelry. Okay, I'm talking jewelry. I tell new sellers run late at night or early in the morning. That is the best times for new sellers. A lot of people are on in the middle of the night because they can't sleep, their husband's snoring. Again, QVC has proved this to us that there's a huge customer base in the middle of the evening. Okay, stay away from traffic times. So think about East Coast, West Coast, thinking about those time zone changes when people are in their car driving down the road. A lot of people jump on and just do a 1 hour lunchtime show. I think that late shows, early morning shows, you'll get 10 times more raids versus during the daytime when all the big sellers or the big dogs are running. Okay. So that's what I would say. Early in the morning, late at night. Even if you just jump on and throw your bin in there and just say hello, maybe you don't have any live items to sell, but jump on, just say hello, show your bin off. Again, just to keep the customer base there, understanding what you got going on. Hey, listen, it's been super busy. Thank you guys. I do have some wonderful deals in my bin. If you want to check out some of those, pin those. Again, just jumping on and being active for anything is better than nothing. Held by Grace. I love your name, by the way. This is Nikki. Get some items in your shop. Okay. You don't have any shows scheduled right now. Always have two shows scheduled, even if you have to edit or change those dates. A lot of you say, hey, listen, I'm busy, can't do it. Still have 2 shows scheduled at all times, even if you have to edit or change those dates. Always, 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 because people come in and bookmark those. Okay, Nikki. And your profile picture, I cannot really tell what all that is. I'd really like for you to clean that up, make it really bright and clean. And I think that your name, you can really play off the name of your store, Held by Grace. Like, there's so many different ways you could go with that. And I'm reading your thing about Jesus. Throw in a cross or throw in something that is impactful to you into that picture. But really, really, again, your profile is great. Your information's great. People won't read that. Go in and edit and change it on your phone and really keep it simple and easy. Okay. Throw in some colorful emojis. What should you preload? Anything designer. So big beautiful brooches. If you have anything that's coral or Weiss or Victorian, or watch chains, any of your big beautiful items, your name brand stuff that people are seeking, I would definitely put some of those in your preloads. Doesn't have to be all of it, but that way people know what kind of inventory you have. However much you want to put in there, probably 20 items. I would say a good starting point is 20. Lieutenant Dan, um, my very first show, I have never changed how I've done this. I know it's crazy. I started with $1 starts, okay, for things around my house. My first show was $12,000. I had no idea what I was doing, and I just sold stuff around my house. Second show, same thing. Third show, Wendy Whatnot joined in and said, Brock, what are you doing? You're creating a listing for every item you sell. And I'm like, yeah. She was like, oh no, no, there's a better way of doing this. So she showed me. Um, I would say my growth ratio over a lot of the same people that started the exact same time of me, um, I'm 5 or 6 times where they're at. And I think it's consistency. I think it is um, having fun, doing a lot of just random pulls, not curating so much or having a set price. People like to get great deals with quality items. And so my growth has been based off that, is that everything's for sale, right? Everything's for sale. I force the issue of the sell, meaning if you don't buy it, I'm going to add it to the next item. It's going to go home with somebody. People know that about me. It's a risk, but it's also been a lot of my success is by taking those risks. And again, if you come into one of my shows and an item doesn't sell, it's going with the next item. And people realize if I don't buy it now, he doesn't have another one and it's going home today with somebody. And so I think that's been a lot of my success is just kind of forcing that issue versus having a curated show and starting everything at $5 or $10 or $15. Again, a lot of my items, if I would have done that, they would have sold for that $5 or that $10 or that $15. By starting them at a dollar, they brought 20, 25, or 30. Just let it go. At the end of the day, I don't care about the individual sales. I care about that show number, right? My focus is, listen, if I'm not happy with what that sold for, I'm going to sell 20 more items to make up for what I maybe took a loss on that. right? Inventory, running the numbers. Okay. I'm not about an individual sell, I'm about a bulk sell. I'm not calling mine. She's been in prison most of my life. I'm got to be real careful with that. Okay. Um, there are some things I get a lot. Oh my goodness. You know how many invitations and spam things I get daily? It's actually against terms of service. Okay. To be spamming people. You can share your show, but to be spamming their DM with your shows is actually against TOS. I'm not calling her. No, I am not calling her. No. Mm-mm. No. 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 Yeah, I just keep running. Tasha, and that goes with everything I do. Every show's a consistent, constant. There is no change in my show. The only thing I might change up is my time. Okay. I might go from 15 seconds to 10 seconds, from sudden death down to 3 seconds to 5 second ads, right? That's the only thing I change up. And I see so many people screw this up too. Or they don't think about this. I shouldn't say they screwed up. Offer choice. Offer choice. Okay. A lot of your items, a lot of you guys will not do that. Create the bidding war. Okay, I've got 2 rings. Gina might be after this one, and Fred might be after this one. They don't know which one each other are after. By offering choice, they know in my show, listen, it's going home. Okay. By offering choice, you're creating that friction and that bidding war. They don't know what each other one wants, right? So they're going to bid against each other, hoping that the other one doesn't want theirs. Choice, offer choice, offer choice, offer choice. So in your show, you can share your show, like right now off to the right. You can click on share. I can click on share and share my show. Versus if you send people DMs of your show, it's actually against terms of service. It's spamming people's DM. Offer choice, offer choice, offer choice. Don't offer them at $1. Run them at 2. Run them at 3. Run them whatever you're comfortable at. Right? I'm not telling you should run things at $1. Run things at what you're comfortable at running them at. Offer choice. So what happens if you come into my show? Let me grab a couple items. I've got 2 necklaces. I'm running a show, right? And I've done random pulls. And so I bring it up and I announce it. Listen, I've got 2 necklaces here. Top bidder can choose whichever one they want. And you have 2 people in a room, or 10 or 50 or 100, okay? And you say choice. Top bidder gets to choose whichever one they want, right? They don't know what each other want, okay? So you've created the bidding war. Again, I've said choice, not 2 for 1 money, right? Choice. Top bidder can choose whichever one they want. Choice of the 2 necklaces. I've got this crystal necklace and I've got this black onyx sterling silver necklace. Again, top bidder, and I'll say it 2 or 3 times. Top bidder gets to choose which one they want. I don't. No, I don't. A lot of people do. I don't. I do random pulls and I just run stuff. I don't do a whole lot of requests just because I run everything in $1. And so if I start doing requests, it becomes a nightmare for me. And I have 20 or 30 requests and I make or piss somebody off because I've went out of turn. Like Gina asked for brass, Faye West asked for silver, Christy asked for. I can't remember all that. I just run stuff, so I don't ever do a whole lot of requests. If somebody says something in the chat, I'll try to get to it. But again, I stated my thing. Listen, I don't do any requests. Do you run the leftover one in another buyer's choice? You can. You can play with it all you want. Or sometimes I'll say, where'd those go? Or I'll say this, buyer can take one or as many as they like. And so if Gina bid $10 and she wants both of them, I'll run another auction for $10 for just her. Okay. So that's like, oh my goodness, they could take one or they could take them both. But again, if you buy both, it's 2 times your money. You're always playing with it, always changing. You know what I'm saying? Winner's choice all the time. 6 hour show. I ran about 250 items today, I think. 250, 260 items, I think. Somewhere in there. And again, that's a pretty slow show. Um, again, I really was a lot of times I'll put on that 10-second or 15-second sudden death and just move. We ran, I don't know, 350 lots in 2 hours last week of just neckties. Yeah, yeah. Are you the guy that does jewelry trays? Yes, I did some jewelry trays tonight. I do all kinds of stuff. I am constantly doing lots. I do just single pieces. You never know what you're going to get in my show. I do consignment shows where I'm actually getting other people's stuff in and selling it off. And I don't open the box until that night. I've got a couple consignments in with me tonight that are sitting over here that I know. One box is full of sterling just because I know the supplier. The other one's got Juliana. She only buys good, so I know that anything she's sending me is good. Um, how do I handle? Let me. How do you handle if no one seems to be buying? Just keep running. Just keep running. If you can't sell it at that price, up the price to whatever you're comfortable with. Don't even look at how many people's in the room. Just keep selling. Act like there's 100 people in the room. Be talking like there's 100 people in the room. You have the audience, and just keep running. Just keep running. I I don't. I have no idea. I haven't opened any of them. Um, there's six, seven. There's one box I'm not even for sure I want to get into. I opened it just to get the contract out, and there's pantyhose in it. So we'll see. We'll see. It's probably full of great stuff, but we'll see. Yeah, put it over your room numbers. Just keep going. I like surprises. Lieutenant, were you happy? That's what I tell people. They get caught up in the individual prices and individual items. Get caught up in that final show note. At the end of the show, if you look over there and you're like, listen, you forget about all the individual this and that sold for this or that. I look over that final number and I'm like, listen, that's all I care about. You stutter when you speak. Is that normal for you? Listen, I can't get the words out of my mouth sometimes. Not in person. Um, so have you ever had anybody come in the room with you? Like if you don't stutter in person, bring somebody else in the room and have the conversation with them and see how that works out for you. Silent shows. Yeah, I get that. I've seen that too with all those Temu brooches. See those a lot lately. Everybody's trying to sell those $1 brooches for $6, $7. And if you think about it, if somebody comes in there and they purchase just one item and it goes for $6, they can't really ship that first class, so they're having to spend 3 or 4 or 5 bucks to ship it. Really, they're only about breaking even after their cost. So each one of the brooches, so let's say they go to Timu and they brought 20 brooches for $20. So they have $1 investment, and then if somebody just comes in and buys one brooch, and they have free shipping on, which if that's the show we're talking about, more than likely that person's losing money just to do the cost analysis breakdown there. I could do it, but I don't want to. Yeah, not in person. So again, what I'd say is just bring somebody else that you know, friend, relative, somebody you're comfortable with and talking to, and have a conversation with them while you're doing your life. $1 starts. If you're willing to start at $1 and it sells for $1, are you going to be happy? Again, $1 starts. I try to tell people to stay away from as new sellers because you're only going to get like 40 something cents, right? Because you have 8%, 2.9%, and a 30 cent per transaction, right? So you're going to get about 40 cents off $1. Now, if you sell it for $2, it's like $1.28. Yeah, so you have to play the number game. So then your cost analysis breakdown would be this: if they bought 5 brooches and they all brought $5 a piece, that's $25, right? Free shipping, it's going to cost you, let's just say, $5. So you're now down to $20. Your investment was five. You made $15, roughly, without whatnot fees. Really about $12. We look at room size for dollar starts. Ah, listen, it only takes two people to bid. I've had 10 people in my room. I shouldn't say that. I think the least amount of number I've had is like 17 or 18 people in my room and done a $4 or $5,000 sale. So, I mean, do I sleep? Not very well. I've started sleeping a lot better lately. Yeah. Yeah. Again, they're running off bulk numbers when they're playing with that. You know what I'm saying? But think about it and break it down. Know your cost analytics, your investments, and they are really, really targeting. Again, I am too when I'm doing a show. Again, if you look at things and break things down, like 80% of buyers buy more than one item. And so that's really what they're hoping to happen is that by offering shipping, free shipping, and $1 starts, you come in and you buy five, six, 7 pieces. That's where their money is. If you buy just one, they're probably losing money in how they have that set up. Best way to source is the stuff around your house that's already there that is sitting there and you're wanting to get rid of. It's like having a garage sale in your house. That's the best way to get started. A little over a year. Little over a year. So yeah. Nope, you're not doing anything wrong. Just keep going. Keep running. Have conversations, have fun, enjoy what you're doing. Don't be too listen, a lot of times I feel like almost like I I enter a show and they only have 5, 6 people in there, and you almost feel like, you know what I'm saying? Like there is a, I don't know, what do you say? What's the word that I'm looking for? An expectation maybe? And so when people come in, just say, "Hi, how you doing? Appreciate you. Thanks for hanging out. We got some amazing items, amazing deals. If there's anything you'd like to look at, let me know." We're just running things, and don't ever be like, don't ever create that expectation or that awkwardness, if that makes sense. Hey, my name's Gina. I like frogs, just create just a normal uncar salesman like conversation. Does that make sense? Pressure, obligation, right. Okay, if I'm new, okay, what do you think about $2 starts for my first show, but free shipping? Don't do it. $2 starts are fine, but don't do free shipping. Listen, I don't do free shipping. I do a $4 flat fee shipping. My sales were just as good in a $4 flat fee versus a free shipping. Okay. Don't do free shipping. It is. Every one of my shows are posted on YouTube these days. Yeah, every one of my shows are posted on YouTube these days. Disabled vet, whatnot. All one word. Disabled vet, whatnot. You can always go back and watch this entire show. Up to 8 hours. How long have I been on? I haven't been on 8 hours. We've only done this for 3 hours. We're good. It is. It is. Yeah, absolutely. So what I do is before I start the show, I can go in. My Facebook, I keep kind of private because it's a lot of family photos and just like personal stuff. And so sometimes I will put it on there, but always on YouTube. So before you push start, there's a little thing that says, um, let me see, I'll show you. Before you push start, upcoming shows. I'm gonna turn around and show you. Might only be on my phone that I can do it. On your phone, before you push, it says multicasting at the bottom, and you can turn on and link your whatnot and your Facebook if you want. What do you suggest if you've been in for an hour and there's no one really staying in the room? Change the way you're thinking. Change the way you're doing things. Again, constantly be figuring out how to capture that customer. Maybe you don't want to sell your high things right now. Offer some lower end things. Just get going. If you can get people in your room and get them to buy one item, more than likely they're going to buy two, three, four, five. Okay. Somehow, way, shape, or form, get them to buy something. Okay. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. I've never turned that on ever in my life. Verified buyers only? No. I think that would be, you would only really want to use that option. I mean, maybe if you're selling really high end, expensive items, but yeah, I've never turned on verified ever. So change it up to 15 seconds with 3 second increments. Um, Again, don't take too much time, but just keep running. Okay. Get them to buy something. If you can get them to buy one item, they're more than likely going to buy something else. So connecting whatnot and Facebook, so YouTube and Facebook, and there's actually another option that I don't do, but yeah, you can broadcast live on both those platforms while you're doing your show. So it's doing it right here, and it's also doing it on YouTube right now. Yeah, me too. It's not even that if it's slow moving. Um, there's a few things that offset me. I don't do yelling. I don't do screaming. I don't do pressure cells. I don't care what you got. I'm not a big. Um, I don't do anything kind of like. I don't go too far left or too far right, but I would say anything like dark is not my thing. Again, some of you guys like that kind of stuff. I don't. Um, if I hear the word GD, I'm done. More than likely, I will block you and never come back. There's things that I take offensive. If you're anti-military, anti-police, if all you're doing is talking politics and religion, I'm normally gone. You know what I'm saying? Those are not things that I personally want to listen to. You are and have your own opinions, but again, not all things need to be shared, right? And so again, I tell people stay away from politics, stay away from religion. It's okay to branch off and say, listen, I love God because that's who I am. I'm not going to ever deny that. But again, there might be people in there here that are Muslim or Jewish or, and so I don't want to ever feel like I am imposing my beliefs on anybody else. Um, you don't know my politics. I might be Biden. I might be Trump. It doesn't really matter. Doesn't. Um, again, I say it all the time. I love God. I love this country. I love my family, and I think that's what matters. My displays might be a distraction. Not fast enough for single bus display. I play with buyers. Listen, I've always got stuff behind. Change up your scenery. Yeah, you're more than welcome to share your faith, right? Like I do too, but um, and there's shows on here that are biblical and they do Bible studies, and that's great stuff. I run this as a business, and you can do both, I think, but I don't want to ever make anybody feel uncomfortable in coming in my room. I'm open you know, for everybody, is what I should say. And owning a business, I don't care what color you are. I don't care what your sexuality is. I don't care what faith you are. I don't care about your politics. What I care about is offering good merchandise at a quality price. Yeah, the lower like, listen, I don't want anybody to ever feel like they're coming to a used sales car lot, right? Yeah, absolutely. You're absolutely right. That's why we have these freedoms, right? You were sent a whistle in your package. Did it come from me? I think I had a whistle that I sent out to somebody. You couldn't run it and even talk about whatnot. What are you talking about? Yeah, I think Topaz, I think that's a great thing. So may I ask about brooches? Yeah, it's me too. Like, listen, I don't, that's one word in my life. I can handle most words. Listen, I'm a military guy. Um, and in life, that's who I am. And normally people are pretty perceptive to that. There's not a whole lot of things that offend me. That GD word offends me. And you can ask my wife. There, we had gone out one night and we had gone to eat. Um, and we were at a casino and this guy was yelling it. And I just simply walked up to him, big guy, like he would have whooped me. And he was yelling that. And I said, "Hey, listen, do you mind not saying that? That offends me." And he said a couple choice words to me, like, and then he thought about it and he said, "You know what? I am so sorry, you know, and that's who I am in life, right? You can say any other thing you want to, but that offends me, and I will say something. Again, it's your choice. You can say it, but you don't have to yell it and be offensive to anybody else." I have a bunch, but people want the alloy ones you can get on Temu. Should I? So listen, they don't. Listen, if you have the good stuff, they want the good stuff. Okay. If you want to run the mix it in and just be very honest about it, this is a newer brooch or this is um, people can look at the back and tell these days. This is a newer brooch. This is modern brooch is the word we like to use versus this is a vintage 1950s, 1960s, 1940s brooch. We can tell people that are buyers of this stuff, we know the minute you show the back of it what it is. We don't even have to look at the front of it. You show us the back that tells us everything about the piece. Thank you so much for the raid. Absolutely. It was my pleasure serving this country. Listen, you're going to get them all wanting to come over here now. Listen, I'm going to follow you. Sounds like you got a lot of inventory. I'm going to come follow you. I don't follow everybody. So no, I think that you can have a mixed quality of items. I don't think necessarily you need to buy. If you're in costume jewelry, there's levels, right? You have things like Juliana that are thousands of dollars sometimes, and then you have, just little animal brooches that are one, two, three, four, $5 items. That's what I'm talking about. Just having a good mixture of quality and price ranges. I'm following you. I followed you. I don't follow everybody. I will tell you, I come in silent a lot of times and just watch. You're welcome, Thrifty Sunflower. Thank you for bringing that up. As a seller, don't ever do cancellations. Always have your buyer do the cancellation. If you cancel something as a seller, it's a defect. If your buyer requests a cancellation, it is not a defect. No pressure. You won't even know I come in. You won't even know I come in. I'll come in and watch. But don't ever feel like you can't. Like if I come in, be you. That's what I like. That's how it rolls, man. That is how it rolls. You never know. You have to figure out what type of buyer you have in the room, and it's constantly changing. You have to know who your buyers are. Like I know my top 10 buyers. I know when they enter the room, there's a couple of them that I only have them for about 30, 45 minutes, and they're going to bed. And so if they walk in the room, rhinestone brooch after rhinestone brooch, I know that I only have 30 or 45 minutes before they're done. Okay. And so, and they, I'm not kidding you, 11 o'clock, she's done. That's it. So if I want to get the most value out of my items, I run those. And normally that person knows that I know, and they let me know when they come in the room. I have an account called 405. I don't really. Um, you can, but I don't. Doesn't matter to me. I know when I buy right. I have a price and I don't go over that price. Before you ever start selling an item to me, I have a price in my mind and that's the price. If it goes over that, I'm done. If I want to scare buyers off, I will overspend on two or three items. Like I know how to play the game. Okay. I'm an auctioneer, been doing this a long time, but I buy right 99% of the time. I know what my customer is willing to pay for it. I know what I will get. I know what my price is. I know what I need to make in order to make that money. So I will give myself 20 or 30%, and I'm happy with those percentages. Yes. Do I think people should change their name sometimes? I tell people all the time. If it has if it's too doggone long, if it has numbers in it, if you can't market it, if you can't label it, if it's not something you would put on a billboard, time to change your name. If you were to go open a brick and mortar store tomorrow, is that the picture you would use? Is that the name you'd want to use? If it's not, time to change names. Do it all the time. Listen, if you have, okay, so today there was a whole bag of sterling earrings, right? First earring brought $26. Next earring brought, like, I'm like, oh my goodness, right? Next earring brought like $21. Next earring brought like $23. And I'm running every other item. And then it fell off to about $8. Well, listen, I threw the rest of those earrings over to the side, move on to the next thing. Once you see that it drops off, and you might run a couple of them, and then two in a row brings $6, $7. Listen, I'll throw it over to the side, and we'll run it a different time or date, right? Where can you buy jewelry trays? Like actually trays with a bunch of jewelry in them, or actually trays that you put jewelry in? Black trays, like this. So let me tell you, if it's black and velvet, don't buy it. Okay. It shows every little thing. Go gray, go bark cloth or a textured material. Again, I just kind of made this myself, right? A little stand. Do not buy if it is black velvet. It shows and it always looks dirty. Always, always, always looks dirty. Another little thing you might get is a little like hand brush. Okay. As you're going through and doing a show, that's not a good piece to show. That's why it's in the drawer. Um, what can I show? We'll use this. But you come across a piece of jewelry and you're like, oh, this got something on it. You can take that little hand brush and just kind of, right, scrub it off there real quick. Okay. So I always keep a little hand brush. These black trays, why I have this is because, and you rarely see me use these anymore because they always look nasty. Okay. So go with like a tan or a gray or a bark cloth or something like that. Yeah. So I can't name that. Okay. So you can never, just so you know, you can never drive traffic from this show. So you'll never hear me tell or never hear me say, hey, go over to here to buy this. It is big no no. I can yeah, I invent stuff. I'm always playing with stuff. So again, Ruby, I would get you the gray ones. I can put up, so give me a after the show or tomorrow, I'll come back in my bin and I'll add some that I would recommend. Okay. and you can use that as an encyclopedia of information. Don't go with black though. Now, if it's a hard surface, you'd be all right. But this velvety crap, don't do that. Same thing with the bust. Look how dirty that looks. Okay, versus what that looks like, or pleather. Again, these are fine. You can wipe these down. See how see how ugly that looks, and that's with everything. They always look nasty. I mix it up. I mix it up. Normally, towards the end of my shows, I start doing bundles or large lots. Every now and then, I did a couple bundles today. I did 3 bundles today, um, and it's just kind of, I don't even know what's in there. You never know in my shows, but yeah, mix it up. Do a bundle here and there, or be known as, hey, at the end of my show, I anything unsold, I put in this bundle. Always be playing with things. Yeah, they all have it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And again, you don't have to buy things. Be creative. Save yourself money. There's always things around your house. Get you a piece of wood. If you have a cutter board, you know, always be thinking outside the box. What can I use? I love the old, cutter boards. Big piece of wood. I think those look really good. Do I both? Do you suggest facing camera? I do not have my face on camera. Listen, I my first few shows I didn't. Okay. I think that when you turn the camera around, you create a connection. You should get to see the person with behind the voice. Do you have to do it your entire show? No. But I think it's important to turn that camera around every now and then and say, hello, thank you, appreciate you. Um, you know, you create a connection by turning that camera around. It would be like turning on the news and all you saw was a picture, right? There's a reason that there is somebody looking at you and speaking when you're watching the news or a TV show, right? You create that connection. What do you mean by they changed their shipping policy? So to answer your question, do a combination. Create that connection, say hello, turn the camera around every now and then. You don't have to do it your entire show. I logged on to find they changed their entire shipping policy. What's up with that? They haven't really changed their entire shipping policy. They've created more. Again, whatnot does not determine the shipping. Realize that Shippo has the contract with USPS. Whatnot has a contract with Shippo. There are things that are changing behind the scenes that are out of control as far as cost with USPS, right? There are some more standard or default settings that are now available, but you can always create your own. As far as a lot of I don't, there's, what do you mean they're not shipping certain items? They will ship anything. They say that USPS will no longer ship certain things. So again, I don't, hazardous material, you can toggle that on. If you're shipping ion batteries or lithium batteries or anything that's hazardous, that's always an option to click on. I don't see anywhere where they won't ship certain items. Yeah, they've never paid excess. You get 5 free a week, right? But it's always been to a certain level. Whatnot lost over $2 million last year in covering those 5 excess or overages. But it's always been like at a certain amount they wouldn't cover. Again, a lot of that is because people teaching how to take advantage of a system that was not created for to be taken advantage of. They wanted to create 5 free to help people figure out how to change or make right. Just because it's an option doesn't mean you should be utilizing 5 every week. I don't use them ever. Okay. Ever. I think the entire year and whatever, 2 months I've been on, I've maybe used that excess 10 times. Again, when people take advantage of things and you have big sellers teaching people how to do that, that's the issue. It was a courtesy, not a privilege, right? It was a courtesy to help people, not for them to be taken advantage of. I think it's a great value. I am no, I'm a March baby. I'm an Aries. So UPS and I think FedEx are coming to the table. I remember an email. Again, there are people that are part of a beta program. Normally, what Whatnot does is they'll roll out beta programs to make sure that, and what a beta program is, they say, hey, listen, we're going to take these 100 sellers, we're going to put this into play, and let's see if it works out right. If there's any kind of tangles or um, weird things happening, let's figure that out with 100 people versus 2 million, right? And so again, they normally roll things out in beta programs, see if they're working, it's going to work correctly, and fix the bugs with those 100 people before they roll it out in a mass, which is really smart. I'm part of a beta program right now where I handle all of my returns or any of my issues before Whatnot steps in. So there's a lot of different things going on behind the scenes. How long should a show run for? Over 2 hours. Over 2 hours. Run at least 2 hours. What do I think about silent shows? I don't like them. I don't stick around. Most of those silent shows, um, are they truly silent? Normally they're not. They have music going on in the background. I've never been to an actual silent one where nothing's said, no music or anything. What am I missing? How long should a show? Over 2 hours. I got into it too, popped in, blah, blah, blah. Okay. I don't get into the whole like Pisces Aries things. I know what I am, but um I just never, I don't know a whole lot about it. Not my, I'm a child of God. That's how I look at it. How long is too long? I don't know. Again, I've ran almost a 24-hour show. Lady K's run 23-hour show. Like how long? Right. Most of my shows run really long. Today was my shortest show ever, which was 5 hours. Most of my shows run between 8 and 24-hour shows. I think longer shows bring in a different rotation of customer. So the longer you can be on, the better. How long is too long? Whenever you're tired and ready to go to sleep. Yep. Yep. That's what I say all the time. 10 to 2. 10 to 2. I will tell you, 10 to 2 is great. I normally see a falling out about 3 o'clock, again, Central Standard Time, for about an hour there. Okay. So like 2 to 3, 3 to 4, somewhere in there, around 3 o'clock, I see a decline. So if you want to do like a 10 to 2, 8 to 2, 7 to 2, and then jump back on like 5 o'clock in the morning. I mean, there's a lot of people that get up really early. Um, Another thing to always think about is your customer base. Who's your customer? What is your customer after? Who is your target point? Is it women? Is it men? That's pretty basic. That's 50-50. Is it the teenage? Is it the 30s? Is it the 40s? Is it the 60s and 70s? Right? Who's your target audience? And always keep that in mind. When do they wake up? When do they go to sleep? What are they after? What days do they go to church? What days are they going to the ball game? What days, right? Those are all conscientious decisions that you get to decide when your customer base is going to show up. So think about those things. I was PK. I have no idea what PK means. Preacher's kid. Gotcha. Preacher's kid. Yeah, I get you now. Listen, those are normally the little ornery ones, right? Listen, I was the what would mine be? Um, I was a DD kid. Can you figure that one out? I was a DD kid. You try to silent. That's exactly what it was. You got it. You hit it right on the head. No, not Dungeons and Dragons. Both my parents been in prison most of my life. Um, my wife's family took me in when I was 16 or 17 years old. I'm 45 now, and so we've been together since we were 16 and 17 years old. Yeah, yeah. Both my parents joined the military. We've been together for a very long time. It's been a lot of fun. When she said I do to health and sickness, she had no idea what she was getting into. Yeah, it's amazing. Listen, it's amazing when you get to wake up every day next to your best friend. Every day you get to wake up to your best friend and know that that person is 100% got your back. That's amazing. Isn't it fun? Listen, there's always hard times. There's always rough times. There's always worries. You'll never have enough money. You'll never have enough stuff, right? At the end of the day, what's important is the relationships we have with each other, but with God. And, you know, that's true value. Being able to wake up and look outside, no matter if it's raining or it's bright shining, and just enjoy the happiness and love and purity of life. Happy anniversary. Happy anniversary. Listen, oh no. Oh yes, absolutely. Congratulations. That's amazing. Have fun. Put a smile on your face and find the things you enjoy. Don't let anything pull you down. Do whatnot because you enjoy it. I will tell you, we'll make amazing friends on here. Um, the relationships you create your people will find you. Your people will find you on this platform. And I have, not a whole lot of guy friends on here, honestly. It's all ladies. And I've had a conversation with all their husbands. We have a chat with one another. It's amazing. Christy, Kristen, Sandy, Amber, just made so many amazing friends. And, you know, it's a lot of fun. Whatnot's a lot of fun. If you're not doing it, try it. Find your vibe, find your people, be open minded, have fun, you know, have fun. Lot of living, a lot of hurt, a lot of pain. Listen, when you get drugged through the crap, you understand what the beauty is, right? And some of it I brought on myself, some of it, you know, you can't help. Some of it you've been put into, but when you live life, this world can be mean, and you experience things. And what you do is you take those experiences and you grow from them. You become better, right? You become better and you find happiness, whatever makes you happy. Momo, he is sleeping. It's 10:45, Sandy. 10 o'clock. Momo's ready for bed. Absolutely. If there's anything else I can help you with, lighten up that profile picture, really be creative in who you are. I would love for you to utilize that picture and that profile to really target who you are and what you're about. Um, let it be you. Okay. Always be you. Always be you. But I think that you can really put out a better image and really, again, I read your profile, I know kind of who you are and what you're about by reading that profile. Listen, if you're a religious person and that is your vibe, and you know, you love sharing and caring about that, like, listen, it's okay to put that out there. It's like every church in America, they have a cross out in front, like, you know what I'm saying? And I think that's perfectly okay. If that's your vibe and that's what you want to do it. Okay. I do value peace. I can't take any more conflict. Go back to your homework. Yeah. You have amazing evening. Thank you for coming in and sharing and being part of the show this evening. Yeah, absolutely. Singing Lori. Jewelry, vintage costume, bid responsibly, no refunds. So I'd probably get rid of the no refunds. If you want to put that into your description of your items, great. But I would say flip that. I'm going to flip it around. Take a look at your profile and let everybody else look too. Put that in your description. I might edit this on your phone and add some really colorful emojis. Again, I love your green shirt. You have a beautiful smile. Okay, I know exactly it's you, Lori. Again, is this your brand? When I look at your name, like, how do I? Again, you have a beautiful picture, but I tell people normally people only use pictures like if they're a realtor or they're a dentist or they're a lawyer. Like, if you were going to go out and create a billboard tomorrow and spend $2,000 or $3,000 on a billboard, is this what you would want on that billboard? And if the answer is yes, that's great. I would like for you to try to brand yourself in some way, shape, or form. Okay. Um, So that way, if I cover this up, I know it's singing Lori. Okay. So some way utilize this image to brand yourself. Okay. Just think about that. Again, your shows are great. I have no issues with these. I would say try to create real images like this one every now and then. Okay. Again, everybody gets into this AI chat GPT pictures. I want to see real pictures of items that you're offering. Okay. Again, beautiful lady, beautiful smile, bracelets, vintage costume, gold and silver tone. Have you been listening to me tonight? I do not see the word jewelry anywhere in there. Vintage costume jewelry, bracelets, necklaces, if you have any name brand, okay? Any kind of name brand you can throw in there. Okay, because you said designer. So when I see the word designer in there, I'm expecting to walk into Monet, Kramer, Christian Dior, Givenchy, Swarovski. Okay, if you have any of that, throw that into this title. Okay, your profile picture again, beautiful lady. This doesn't really. If I cover this up, I have no idea what I'm getting into. Okay, I really want to see some imagery. Okay, I want to see what I'm getting into. One day shipping, sold over 2,000 items, 1.4 thousand followers. Again, it looks like you're getting going. You understand the concept, growth. If you become stagnant, this goes for anybody. If you become stagnant and you're not growing at a 10 or 15% growth over a month or 2 months, change up how you're doing things, rethink things. Okay. Love that you've created several shows. You have some different images for each one of those. Again, beautiful smile. Okay. Create some real images with real items in them. Pendants, $3 start bid. Where's the pendants at? I want to see some pendants in here. You got Tiffany pendants, you got sterling silver pendants, you got brooches. Like throw this sucker up there as an image. See what happens. Okay, people see, hey, listen, she's got vintage pendants in here, sterling silver pendants. They're going to enter the show versus everybody else has their own image and right. So throw up some real images for me. Okay, let's go to your shop real quick. Jewelry, modern memory, cap lock everything. I know it's against what you guys have always been told. Cap it all. Turn on caps lock and type that in. It'll make you stand out better than anybody else. Okay, pictures are great. If it's turquoise, put it in the word turquoise, another big search engine word. Okay. If it's halite, put in halite. That's fine too. You've left out the word Disney. Disney is huge. People are looking for that stick pin right there. Okay. Make sure you're using all those capturing words. Okay. All the capturing words. There are target capturing words that you need to be utilizing for each and every one of those. If it's leather, put in leather. If it's Chanel, put in Chanel. If it's vintage jewelry, costume, vintage jewelry, Victorian, whatever, put that into your titles. Jewelry, vintage, Roadrunner brooch, 1960s. Um, that Roadrunner brooch has a designer to it, and it also has a turquoise eye. So you need to put in the word turquoise, and I forget who makes that brooch. But yeah. Okay, so fix and think about those things. Really think about this. And when I say this is ask your friends, ask your family, ask your spouse, your significant other, your kids. Hey, what do you think about my profile picture? And if they're like, you know what I'm saying? Change it, play with it. Really, singing Lori, I would love to see a singing Lori. Okay. However, you can capture that imagery, do that. Okay, Lori. Thank you so much for allowing me to pick your profile. Come back, make some changes. Let me know when you make those changes and we'll take a look at it again. Okay. Absolutely. No, do not ever repeat words. Now, so you put it in your category as vintage, right? You put it in the category of vintage or costume or designer. In your title, you need to put that as well. Because what happens is when they go up to that whatnot search engine and they type in vintage, um, they're going to find your show. Okay. They're going to see all the items that say vintage Chanel, but then they're also going to see your show because you put in that description vintage Chanel. Does that make sense? So there's a search, just like you go on Google and you search for items, it's going to show the shows and it's going to show the items. There you go. See what I'm saying? Put in that word Disney. Absolutely. Again, after about 3 weeks, your items in your bin become findable across all search engines. So if you're using those target words, it makes your item more findable. Yes, miss. Again, you heard what I just said to her, right? You heard what I just said to her. And again, um, Amber, one of my friends, that good was on this platform for 6, 7 months, and she used her self image, and she kept listening and kept coming, and she changed her image from her personal image to that good, and it's her brand, right? Really stands out versus her self image. Okay, look at all these people. Do you see any of them with her self image? I mean, she got creative. Okay. Brand yourself. Miss Lady Lillian. Have you've sold 500 items? I'm going to tell you this, Miss Lady. Be careful following too many people. Okay. Be careful. Lillian, get rid of your last name. Use just Lillian or a nickname. If you're following people hoping to get the followers back, be careful with that. Okay. I understand why you're doing it. Hopefully you're going into similar like shows, and those are the people you're following, those people you see in like shows like yours, and you're following those buyers is what I hope you're doing. Okay. You're not just going into these big seller rooms and following all these people. 5.0 rating, sold 500 items, shipping's great. um, think about this. Sometimes too much is not a good thing. Okay. Simple, easy sometimes capture an audience. Okay, when you go to McDonald's or you go to a fast food restaurant and the menu, you can't tell head from tails, it's confusing. Those menus are set up. Number one is Big Mac. Number two is, right? So be careful with your show images. Sometimes it's a little busy. Make it simple. Okay. Um, Again, create some real pictures with real items. I'm going to switch you around here real quick. Okay. It's almost too much. Okay. And I know you probably didn't create that picture. Okay. Everybody is doing this. If you want to stand out from everybody else, listen to me, guys. If you want to stand out from everybody else, create some real pictures, real images. You will stand out because 9 out of 10 people are doing this right here. Add some real pictures. I will enter a real picture show over this stuff all day long. Okay. Again, brand yourself, please, please, please. Miss Lady Lillian. Okay. Let's go to your shop real quick and take a look. Cap locked, love this. My daughter saw that, she would buy that. Okay. Free people patched and fringed shorts. What can I do there? Are they cotton? Are they denim? Are they poly? Okay. What size are they? Extra small, small, large? Okay. Just a couple things you might want to put in there. This vintage, you need to get rid of this. Just put vintage Sarah Coventry. Um, get rid of features, beautifully textured links with floral and blah. So all you need for this listing is vintage Sarah Coventry, um, jewelry, bracelet. It's all you need there. Or rhinestone, okay? Silver tone, but get rid of all that other verbiage. Just vintage Sarah Coventry costume jewelry bracelet, silver tone, rhinestone. Okay. Okay. Go in there, make those changes, come back to me. Yeah, absolutely. 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 You can use ChatGPT to edit your images. I just tell people not to do every stinking and then if the exact thumbnail is a certain size, just go in Google and I can't think of it right now, 1080 by what is it? 1080 by something. But you can go into Google and say what size is whatnot thumbnail, and it'll tell you like 1080 by something, 1920, 1080 by 1920, and that'll fit your profile picture or your show images perfectly. That's up to you. That's where you get to be creative. But go in there and play with it and brand yourself. Again, too much sometimes is not a good thing. If you will look at these folks, okay, look at all these pictures, even mine. Like, okay, love this. Look at Bozo's Fay West Designs. Simple, easy color. Okay, tell people try to do like a three-color combination. Again, don't be too busy, but I think a very bright, loud, punch you in the face picture. Um, yeah, two or three color combination is what I would say. Okay. Two or three color combination and don't go too much out of that. Go in there and frame it. Okay. You know when she enters the room. You know when she enters the room. You know when she enters the room. Almost a little too busy, right? But okay. 14 karat GE gold electric. I don't know. Is there a thing right now for it? I I'm not on board with it. I don't know. No, I like yours. I think your picture is perfect. And so when I think of yours, I think of like art gallery, Picasso, Van Gogh. When I come into your show, I think about an upscale consignment shop almost, if that makes sense. Shannon, are you still in here? Did I do Shannon's? Shannon, are you still in here? Folks, I'm not going to do a whole lot more. Again, I'll run another givey here for you guys. It's running now. Shannon, are you still in the room? No, you do not lose. If you change your name, you're more than welcome to change your name as long as you don't have any undelivered items or open orders. Um, Short, simple, no underscores, no numbers. Really try to create a brand for yourself. Go search whatnot before you do a name suggestion and see if that name's already taken. That's the best way of doing it. Right there. Bozo Bucks does all kinds of pictures and profile things, go hang out with him. Again, there's never any kind of obligation. If you don't use it, he won't be mad at you, but he loves to do that kind of stuff. Super helpful. So you guys go check him out if you want him to look at your name, play with it. There you go. Shannon, let me take a look. Shannon, I have no idea what your image is. I'm going to be honest with you. And you heard me about your last name. Take that off. And I'm going to switch you around. Can anybody tell me? Again, I think it's the state you live in, maybe. I think it's mushrooms now that I look at it. I love morel mushrooms. All your images are the same, very monotonous. Okay. Change up some of your show images. Okay. Very monotonous. Okay. Even if you're selling the exact same things. Okay. And I'm going to be very honest with you. In what you're selling, be honest about what you're selling. If it's silver over jeweler's metal, let them know that. Okay. A lot of these items will be marked sterling silver and they're not. Okay. So just be very honest. People expect that, they want that, and they appreciate that. Again, a lot of these items bring just as much money as though if they were silver. Okay. See a young lady on here. She has a beautiful smile. She sells a lot of brand new jewelry, and her clientele like it. They don't care if it's gold or silver. A lot of it's plated or electroplated. So just be very honest with what you're selling. Okay. Again, your keywords and your titles, you need more. Okay. You're not a big seller yet. Every time you start your show, you don't have 30, 40 people in it. So your titles need to be more. If you're selling gemstones, you're selling sterling silver, why is that not in your title? What are you selling me? Rings, earrings, pendants, necklaces, bracelets? I want to see that in your title. Also, this here, I have to read right. Nobody will read it. Edit it on your phone. Keep it all to the left side of clips, and I want you to layer the cake. So, heart. I'm a graphic designer. Heart. Um, selling jewelry. Been selling jewelry for 10 years. You know, put a jewelry here, diamond here, whatever. Right. Be creative in that. You're a graphic designer. Like when you tell me you're a graphic designer, I expect some creativity. Okay. That's your profession. Okay. You are a graphic designer. You know how to do this. Okay. Shop, get some more items in here. Um, I don't see the word craft. I don't see the word, what are these? Four skeins yarn. I have no idea what that is. I'm so sorry. Um, the word craft, crocheting, um, all those keywords. It's hard for me because I don't know what the heck that is. It just says yarn, right? Skeins and yarn. Um, okay. Come back. Let me know when you make some of those changes. Okay. Yeah. Silver plated over jeweler's metal. If it's some kind of copper, alloy, or whatever the ring is made of, the terminology in our profession is jeweler's metal. The minute you say jeweler's metal, we know that it is not purely silver. Okay. Absolutely. Again, if you're going to use an image like that, I love the white background, really stands out. I would frame it. Okay. I would frame it. Get in that giveaway. Again, thank you guys so much. And I'll run another one for you guys too. Okay, so give me 1 second. Tara, you just won the giveaway, and we're going to send you some amazing items. I promise you that. Best part of my show, most important my show, right here. We lose 21 soldiers, over 21 soldiers a day to suicide, along with hundreds of other people. It is important that each and every one of us know that you have a purpose, you have a life, no matter the dark room that you are in. I promise you there is a bright light outside that window. How fast you open that window, that's up to you. If you have a disability, you have a disadvantage in life, let that be your story. Let it be your encouragement. Let it be your strong point, not your weakness. Mental health is a crisis in this country. A lot of things going on. We've got a lot of wars under the last few decades. You've got Gulf War, you've got Afghanistan, you have Iraq. You know, a lot of these folks have gone through, they've seen things, they have felt things, and it's hard sometimes. Um, we have a lot of things that are wrapped up in screen time. Go out and enjoy life. Find the things that make you happy, whether it be fishing or camping, or sitting out on a bench and just watching the sun go down. Or maybe it's going out and watching the sun come up, like Faye West does almost every morning. Take advantage of this life. It goes by so fast. Love the people that surround you. Put your arms around people. Let them know that you care about them. Let them know that you love them and what they mean to you, because this life goes and can be gone in an instant. As you go through this Memorial Day weekend, be thankful for all those that have sacrificed so much for us. Again, it's not about partying out on the lake. It's not about um, all the great food. It's about that time we get to spend with one another, and we remember those that have been here that have now gone. We thank you to our soldiers. We thank you to our policemen. We thank you to our firemen. We thank you to all of the communities of people that help, nurses, doctors. We thank you. Um, I thank you for each and every one of your purchases. Know that I will be here every Wednesday night that I can make it, to help you out and to be supportive of you. Again, I want you to create um, laughter and love and stability and bring in some financial income to your homes, or find those amazing items on the platform. Thank you. We appreciate you. Um, and remember, God is good, and God is good all the time, no matter what's going on. Okay. I'm reading somebody else. No, listen, you guys are amazing. Guys are amazing. I absolutely love it. Support one another. Um, Thank you to my mods. Thank you for reminding me. Again, not only do I do this live, but there are so many people in the background that are helping. They could be doing other things with their friends, their family. They could be going out to dinner. And so my mods are hanging out here to help. And they do this every week to not only support me, to support you guys. Faye West Designs, I give her all the credit because she is the one that pushed me to do this. And I appreciate her. She's an amazing, very humble person. And if you have time to come be part of our meetup, we'd love to have you. Again, we have a lot of fun. We do a lot of cool things. Um, and so come hang out with us if you're in Oklahoma or Arkansas or wherever. If you want to pay to travel to us, we'd love to have you. Um, Again, we have an amazing time. Yeah. Yeah. Remember this, you guys. There's a lot of people out there teaching. Try to find one of those community hosts. Listen to those folks. They have the knowledge. There's a reason they have been chosen as community host. Just because somebody has 200,000 followers doesn't mean that they are doing things the right way. Um, be thoughtful, think about the process. Don't try to do shortcuts. Okay. And if you ever need anything, let me know. Okay. Absolutely. Absolutely. You guys have an amazing evening. Again, if you want to give away, you're going to get several items from me. We take care of you. Go look at my feedback. Um, you guys have an amazing evening. God bless you. Be safe. Put your seatbelt on, click it or stick it. Click it or ticket here in Oklahoma. I'm pretty sure is what it is. Um, be careful out there. Don't drink and drive. Stay safe. Have an amazing Memorial Day weekend. And Father's Day is coming up too. So you guys remember all the fathers out there. For all you ladies that take care of our families, and I guess men too, but all you ladies, you guys do an amazing job. We as men are so thankful for all that you do. Help raising our kids, help being part of us, supporting us guys, I appreciate all you ladies in the room. You guys are amazing creatures on this world, and I don't know what I would do without my wife. So, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. God bless you. Have a great evening. I'm going to raid into somebody great. So you guys just hang out for just a second. Even if you don't stick around, just go and say hello. Okay. Let me see. Who are we going to raid into? Let's do